Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is 2024 is the ancient moon year. 2025 is the ancient sun year. 5785 is the ancient Hebrew Israelite year. Shout out to our Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. And 10,066 is the ancient Yoruba year, among many other calendars that we honor. It is the 22nd day of September. It is autumnal equinox. And for that, we are so grateful. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Ego Sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal living natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original, indigenous, divine, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient, Empire State for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate. And we are the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 Living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and the title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. And we hereby recognize ourselves. We recognize ourselves because we have the authority to do so. We recognize ourselves because we did not need anyone else to do that. We had to have done it first, and we've done that. We accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original, sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. So let me share or allow me to share my screen. Holy Congress. Okay. So first and foremost, before we get into our topics, we would like to hear from the Congress on how things are going. Does anyone have any testaments, testimonies, questions, wisdom that you will to share before we go into our topics? And we'll go ahead and put the meeting in. Just a moment. Put the meeting in community or communing mode. Let's do it this way. Okay, feel free to unmute yourselves. Just one moment. Put this in the right mode. There. Any questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam, Empress Light.
Islam, nobility. Great rising to you.
Greetings. It's King Ill. How you doing? Islam, how you doing, first of all?
All is well, nobility. We just are amazed at and excited about all that our ancestors are doing through us. It's all a lot, and we absolutely love it. How are you doing?
Peaceful, actually, and perfect. Thanks for asking.
Islam.
I had an opportunity to spend some time in Oregon this summer for a mission with a family that was going through some trauma. And first, I didn't realize how beautiful the northern western coast was until I got a chance to experience it myself. Yeah. That Washington and Oregon coast is almost like heaven.
It is.
I didn't realize that. But I had an opportunity to see how different the laws operate out there. I observed a business license application process from a resident of Oregon. Mm-hmm. They did not sign it or seal it. They did give him a receipt for his cash, but when I asked him why isn't that signed or sealed, and he questioned the clerk, they just said that if he has any problems, just have them to call the office, that they could not sign and seal. That means that they do not have a government, although they are fronting as the government. So what you have been teaching us is very much so on par, because every city does not have a government in place to control the activity. So you are very much so on point, Empress Light. I just wanted to give you some kudos.
Islam, and every city actually does have a government. It's just not them. It's us. We find that part. We do that. We issue the business licenses. We issue all of that. And we have stated that they cannot, don't do it. So whenever they will, whoever it is that did that, they can bring their business license to us. We will restate it and sign, stamp, and seal it, and then it will be valid.
That part.
And you could have done that also there.
And
you
see that
because you have the authority to do it.
That's what I was trying to tell him, but they don't believe us. That's the thing about it.
So it don't matter, because Pauline never got her conveyance. Pauline never got her Range Rover.
Don't worry.
but the thing is, they are willing to give up those things to us.
They don't have.
If Pauline's the government, why doesn't she have that Land Rover, you asshole?
They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. It's not a matter of them doing it out of the goodness of their heart and we have to, no. The law. It's the law. It's the law.
It is. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm looking forward to today's Congress session. I would definitely like to be able to get in touch with you if it is at all possible, because I do have some questions that I don't want to air in public.
It is. Islam, it is. I'll send you my information.
Please do.
We recently demonstrated a communication device, and we're remembering how to navigate that process. So we will send that information to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Islam Empress, can you open the call, please? And Noble Nate and Noble Raj.
Islam, it's open.
It's open.
Yeah. Islam. So something that we will to let everyone know, again, this is a process governing and rising to your status of doing things, has everything to do with you and what you state and what you do with your own hand, by your own hand. Those who go to the actors because they still either don't know or don't will to know or don't will to believe that we are who we state that we are, they will, over time, it will register with them over time. So we don't worry about those who either don't believe us or don't know or, anything of that nature. We don't worry about them. We just send them positive energy so that they wake up soon. Because this is not it's not an option. It's not an option. It's not an option. This is our land. This is our estate. And so,
is there one person that can say they got a free conveyance on here?
And so here, as you can see, and we hear those types of testaments from those at the territories here and everywhere, really, but here specifically because we're here, we hear those
only testaments about eviction and foreclosure.
We hear the testaments of those, who see, who have the eyes to see, because you actually have to have the eyes to see that that when as we continue to stand, that all else will do what is the law. Again, we've always stated this, but they will yield. We're not. It's not for us. It's not even a matter of if things are going to happen, if they're going to do anything or not. It's not a matter of that. We give command, and then we move on and continue demonstrating who we really are. That's what we do. Okay. Islam.
You commanded homicide.
Islam.
Yes, I was listening to the nobility and listening to your response to his testament, and I started thinking, okay, how are people or persons who go to the corporate entity to get a business license or whatever, how are they gonna realize that, if we don't tell them that there's no stamp, there's no document, is not valid? How, and they don't believe us when we state that to them, how are they going to eventually get it? And it just came to mind that when they go to file taxes with the, with the previous IRS, we're the IRS.
Yes.
So when they go to
dumb
file
Negro, fiat is alive and well, dumb Negroes.
Go ahead, Empress.
So when they go to file taxes and they get some letter back saying that they need to jump through all these hoops, they're going to have to do some more research and investigation to find out, what to do next. So that was just my thought on that.
You just answered your own question. Your question was, how are they going to know? They're going to know when those actors start having them jumping through all those hoops with gasoline draws on. They're going to start doing their research, and when they ask, the ancestors and the universe and the energies will send them to this information. But see, some people, and I was just having this conversation with someone yesterday. The majority of the people have to be put under some stress before they will actually start looking for the answers. Now, not everybody is like that. I'm one who's not like that. The ancestors don't have to beat me up and throw me under a bridge and with no food before I get that what we're supposed to do. They don't have to do that. But for others, they will not be able to hear and see until they go through some things. And some get upset about having to go through some things like that. But how else will you let go of Babylon and be yourself on your own land? Some won't do it without pressure. But pressure is what turns rocks into diamonds, and heat turns rocks into gold. So, that's how they're going to know. The answer to the question is, because that's a great question, because some people really, and Moors, we have to see this also, that all we have to do is stand. The system will do the rest. And let me tell you something, and this is why we say don't worry about faces. It's not about faces. It's about that system being correct. Even there is no subject on this land who is going to overstep our authority. Not one. Not one. I don't care what they look like. I don't care who they are. I don't care who people think they are. Not one of our subjects will overstep our authority. Not one. Not one. So when you see people going to these places that they thought were business offices to get licenses and so on and so forth, our subjects have been given commands. They're not going to overstep it. So what their job is to just issue what comes from the system according to our commands. And then the people will figure it out, because the people are smart. That's part of the wake-up process. And when you look at the system, because see, like the noble said, they issued it, but they couldn't. No stamping, no signing, no sealing, no nothing. It's just a blank. It might as well be a blank piece of paper. Well, it is actually an example of that blank piece of paper is showing the heirs and I wouldn't call it a blueprint, but for the sake of this conversation, we'll call it an example of how to restate that license. Those licenses have to be restated and then signed, stamped, and sealed by the government, the real government. There's only one government. That's us. There is no other. There's no God beside us. None. And for those who don't believe, the system will get them to believe. Because it's really not even about feelings and beliefs. It's about, what does the system say? If you get that piece of paper and it's not stamped and signed and sealed by someone, and then and this is what the system will do as an example. And this is where testing comes from. So they have a piece of paper. It's not stamped, it's not signed, it's not sealed, it's none of that. Just a moment. Just a moment. And so they have this piece of paper, not signed, not stamped, not sealed by anyone. Well, they put that up in their business like it's real, as if it's real, because they don't believe that the Moors are the government, and they don't believe that that thing has to be signed, stamped, and sealed by a living government. So then their testing happens when one day something happens in their business. And it doesn't have to be anything huge. It can be something small, or it can be something big. To the Empress that inboxed me, the answer is yes, Islam. And something will happen in their business, and then maybe media will come to report And it's not media, it's subjects in the office of media, and all they're doing is getting you to wake up. They'll come and they'll say they don't even have a valid business license. It's not signed or stamped or sealed by anyone. So then there's no one there who can, and so when people start asking, well, where did they even get a business license from? Who signed it? Who's going to take responsibility for this event? And it might even be a good event. It might be a grand opening or something. That means they got the business license from incompetence, those that are not competent, nor do they have the authority to sign, stamp, seal any license at all, and that includes driver's licenses and nursing licenses and doctor's licenses and contractor's licenses and so on and so forth. Chiropractors, dentists, all of that. They don't have the authority to sign and issue any of that. So they'll give an example and say, here, take that, and, and then it's going to take them looking at, okay, let's look up why they're not stamping and sealing. Well, they don't have any stamps and seals that are valid. They don't have any signatures that are valid. Because guess what? We own all the letters. We are the fiduciaries for all letters, all numbers, and everything. So the Moors then, and whoever that is, especially if they are of the bloodline and birthright, but even if they're subjects, and the subjects know, so we really won't have that issue with the subjects. All subjects know what time it is. They know what's going on. They can see as clear as day. Their job is to help wake up the rest of all of the other original indigenous ones who maybe say, oh, we don't believe that Moorish stuff. You don't have to believe it, but the system is but you're gonna have something where you're gonna need the system to issue you something or something. That's the testing. And for this Congress in particular, and those who hear these Congresses, this is where you come in. All that study and everything that you've done over the last 7 years with us, and some even before that, it was not for nothing. It was for this time, right here, right now, so that you can assist your brothers and sisters in getting things going back for them so that they can take care of their kin. And so everybody can prosper. Because see, those licenses and things, those are a conveyance method by which prosperity is issued and moved and conveyed back and forth all around. So there are no offices that should be issuing any of that. But see, there are some Moors, and this is how you know we are the Lords for everything. Even in our sleep, in the sleep enactment, there are some Moors who are still asleep and they think they're Negro, black, colored, and African American, and we send them competent energy to wake up. They will go to those places thinking that they're going to start a business to get a business license or a driver's license or something like that. There's going to be something in the process that lets them know that something's wrong with this. Something is wrong with this process. Something's not right. Something's missing. And they may not question it at that time, but then later on, the system will prompt them. The ancestral energies will prompt them by way of some event happening. One moment, let me get this. And whatever that event is, it could be them getting pulled over. And they think they have a valid driver's license. And they'll wonder why they're getting a ticket, quote unquote. They'll wonder why the actor is being so hard on them. I remember a time when, you know, one of the empresses over at she was at New York Territory at the time. She's over here now, but she was at New York Territory, and she got pulled over, and this was about 5 or 6 years ago. She got pulled over by an actor, and they enacted 14 tickets in one stop. Well, you know, that particular empress, and I'll just say this because her identity is preserved. That particular empress needed that to happen because she was still hooked on things like Gucci, Mercedes, and all of that. She was hooked on those types of things and flossing that type of stuff, but she knows she's an empress. She knew that. But she was still hooked on that. And in order for you to get that stuff in that jurisdiction, you have to have fiat flowing. And the ancestors, the test was meant to shut the fiat piece off for her because she wasn't going to do it herself. She was not going to shut that thing off herself. And so the system and the system of actors assisted with that. It at least gave a wake up to say, hey, you know, the fiat is there. That's a fake contract. Here's some fake tickets. Go to a fake court and be real. So, and some people don't. Some Moors don't care for that type of awakening process. But how else will you wake up? How else will you do it? When it's something that has been fed to you, how else will you wake up? So, you know, for others, yeah, they're demonstrating. They're demonstrating and doing things and demonstrating their status and so on and so forth. Islam, Empress.
I'm excited. I am so excited. This is Islam. I mean, this is Islam.
Islam, great Allah. In the flesh.
This is Empress Imani.
Islam.
I'm just so excited, especially with what you just expressed about the demonstrations and all. And I'm finding out that when we are obedient to our ancestors, to our higher spirit, to the divine creator, the doors open so wide. And I see those doors opening for me that is just believable, okay? It is just believable. And I'm following every direction that they're giving me, and they're letting me know you're on the right track. They're giving me confirmation through numerology, and they're giving it to me back to back. And I'm like, oh my God, all these numbers coming in, and I'm checking the numbers to see, okay, what does this angel number mean? Yeah. And almost every number, where actually every number that they gave me was appropriate. And even when I had doubt, that one was appropriate because it was telling me, okay, you can't be confused because the universe don't know what to do if you're going to send it a confusing energy. You can't do that. So I had to get back in alignment.
Yeah.
I had to get back in alignment. And then once I got back in alignment, now here comes the numbers again, and they're saying you're on the right track, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just elated. And so the things that are going on here, I mean, is just phenomenal. And just to let you know, I did receive your, should I say your, or I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Because, of course, it's the documents that I sent to the subject, but it came to you, and then you sent it back to me to say.
Yes. See, hold on for just a moment. Let me. Someone's
right.
Open. Go ahead, Empress.
To let me know. Okay, so here's how you need to change it.
Yeah.
And so now I didn't see your information in there when in the initial opening of the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't see it until a couple of days later, right?
Uh-huh.
A couple of days later, I'm just doing something around the apartment, and a thought came to me, and I'm like, ding. And I came to the envelope, and I was like, yeah, they can't do such and such. And so I opened it, and there your letter fell out. And it's like,
yeah.
So that was
just a moment. Whose line is that that's open? Let me see who that is. Oh, that's Justice Eddie J. Bay. Go ahead.
Okay. And so your response fell out.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to do that, and that. I'm going to do everything that she told me to do. I'm going to do it.
Yes.
And so anyway, I am on that. And then I had some questions, but I was just so excited I wanted to share that if we stand on a square, I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what they say. But the thing is, for us, you better do a rebuttal.
Yes.
So with everything that they say, make sure you do a rebuttal.
Yes.
Because we have to be the one to have the last say, and it's law.
Yeah.
So that's it. Now, okay, so now past my excitement. So now I have a couple questions.
Islam members.
Okay, so there was a YouTube that you've done that I was listening to that in regards to the sovereign command to appear document.
Yeah.
And it stated to go to the Moorish National, I think this is correct, it said to go to the Moorish National Government Consulate website, but I couldn't locate the document. So I have no idea how to locate it or where.
So which document is it? Is it the command to appear?
Yes.
Okay. It should be under the video also. But if you don't see a command to appear document under the video, then Empress, I would ask you, and this is a suggestion because I know your spirit is going to give you what it is that you ask.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask that you craft a one-page document commanding any foreign entities or whatever to appear.
Okay.
At your court.
Okay.
Just craft one. And the way that we do things like that, when the spirit says, okay, you got to create that.
Right.
We go on to the internet and we go on to Google or whatever search engine you use, and we just put in certain words and different forms will come up, and we just restate the form and look through it and change words as we deem it necessary. And this is a really good example of a command to appear. Is anytime any one of us in our sleep was summoned to court, quote unquote, we can use that as an example.
Exactly. I agree, Islam, because that is how I do my my writs.
Yes.
I do some of the other documents that I'm unable to name at the moment because I'm so excited. But that's how I do it. I do the research. I bring up different ones, and I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, I can use this part here. And then I go to another, example, and I'm saying now I can pull that information and pull it in here. So I know exactly what you're talking about. So then I will work on that. And then also another question is, I think this might be on that same particular YouTube Congress that we had. And it's talking about the $666 trillion document that we need to include. I can't find that either.
So it's not necessary to include it because it's on the public record. It is under one of the videos there. But okay. Empress, anything that we stated from the past, you have the authority to craft it, to create it.
Okay.
Because you're the Chief Justice for your affairs and for the government.
Correct. Islam.
And that goes for all Moors.
Yes. Well, that is all the questions that I have, because everything else I figured out, and things are working in my favor. I feel the energy of, the universe and my ancestors who are concerned with my highest good. I feel all of that. So I know that I'm headed I am in the right direction. I do know that. Yes.
In looking at your documents that I received back from the subjects, and one thing I'm grateful for our subjects is they know exactly what to do, when to do it, where to do it, and all of that. And when they sent the documents back so that I could look at them and then just offer some suggested, updates to the documents, because they're great documents, by the way. Beautifully written, beautifully scripted, beautifully presented, very neat, very beautifully done. Your work is pristine. It is, because we've seen somewhere, there are different levels.
Right.
And you're for you to be this new at governing, eyes wide open.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Empress.
Eyes wide. Your eyes are wide open, and there are many Moors out there that are like that, because Prophet Noble Ali said that the new Moors were going to come in with their eyes wide open. Oh my word! Documents just pristine. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's it.
I will. I certainly will. Thank you so much, Islam, and I will yield.
Islam, indeed. Anyone else? And we recently did a couple of videos where we showed many of the green return receipts that have come back to us, because you all have used this mailing location in its various, because the jurisdictions are different here. We have several jurisdictions at this one location. The ancient empire here in ancient English. Those came back because the system is our system and it knows. And then those for the jurisdiction that is the United States, which is a special purpose vehicle, those came back. Many and others, the consulate, the Moorish National Republic federal government, no matter how you have stated this address, it has come, this mailing location, it has come back, so that we can, and we're able to see the documents that you're sending out, just beautiful documents. And as often as we can get them back to you, we try to get the documents back to you with our suggested, updates and things. And again, we can't tell sovereigns what to do, but we have the authority to make suggestions. And most of us look for suggestions from one another regarding the things that we put on the public record, and we're happy to do that. That for us, that is the joy of this, is that we trust one another's wisdom. I trust the wisdom of this Congress, and we trust each other's wisdom and each other's, energies and things. So for those who have had, where the subjects will send the documents back from any place that was, previously doing business as district courts and all of that, they know they're in subject status. They send the stuff back to us so that we can, put whatever correction or update, or, sometimes it's just, this is awesome, and we learn from your documents also. So, we just, and then we send the feedback to the sovereigns so that they see how they're doing. And you know, and know that we're in trust with one another. So we're honored to do that, honored to assist, because that's what the Circle 7 says, that we are to assist our brothers and sisters. So because of the bond that's mentioned in that same chapter 25 of the Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, chapter 25, it talks about the bonds of affection and assisting our brothers and sisters. Islam, indeed. Is there anything else? Islam, no.
Pharaoh Spike Hill.
Great rising, noble Pharaoh.
Yes.
Emperor Pharaoh. Chief Justice.
I've been working on a demonstration, and it's been very successful. And right now, I'm in the process. I need to have some information and some knowledge on transferring gold and silver from Africa into America.
So, nobility, just know that that is a domestic transaction. Some are going to disagree because they think that Africa is over there and not over here. But this
I
is
understand.
Africa. So it would be a domestic movement, and the reason why domestic movements would have a customs attachment to it, or not attachment, a customs characteristic, in other words, it goes through our customs, is so that we know that it meets our customs. What is customs for us? So you can, depending on the amount of gold, if it's a small amount that can fit in a large envelope, then you can easily just send a self-addressed stamped envelope to them and have them put the gold in it, and it will come back to you. And then you are customs for that. Now,
Yeah.
the post office, not the postal service, but the post office, which is us, all of us, we have the authority because we're the postmasters. So look at the process of importing, and when we say importing, that means you're the port that is coming through and to. I'm port is really what import means. So yes, you are going to import it. Here's the things that are necessary for importation. A bill of lading, which is the same thing as an affidavit for lading. Justice Pharaoh, do you remember the bond documents that we showed, the bonds that we created?
Yes.
That's a bill of lading. That is a bill of lading. That's what bills of lading look like.
Yes. Now, the bill of lading in Nigeria, and who we're dealing with in Nigeria, we're dealing with is 18 kings in Nigeria, and we're dealing with around 7 or 8. So
okay.
I'm thinking that being on this status here, that we can move things right now. What I'm trying to do is get the gold, something like 5 pounds of gold.
Okay.
Into like a business account in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
And the collateral would be the gold and the silver.
Okay. So
and then
5 pounds is not a lot in terms of customs. 5 pounds is not a lot in terms of customs. In gold, 5 pounds is a lot because it's 16 ounces times 5. Just one moment. So a simple box.
Anybody remember when Pauline said she was going to open up her post office window? No post office.
A 5-pound box is, with you using our mailing process, would get it in. So let me just say my experience with that. First,
your mailing process in the post office building that you can't.
My experience with that is I did work in import and export for United Parcel Service in my sleep at Auburn, Washington here.
Yeah.
And so
she's a liar and a failure. She hasn't gotten her post office.
There's several things. Besides the bill of lading, you're also going to, it's going to require a statement. Nationality is really first and foremost. That's how you get it through the system. Is nationality.
Aisha is still homeless because of Pauline.
Remember, Justice Pharaoh, your nationality identification card is an international document.
Yes, I understand that.
And it's backed by gold. So a copy of that is going to be necessary when you send for the shipment. What you're going to do is send for the shipment. So that means that the shipment will have originated here. You send for it by sending the proper box, a box for it, and then that box should have proper postage on it. Now, proper postage is going to be the postage that we use, because guess what? Nigeria is a state that we are united with. And we stated this many times before, our United States is earthwide. So all of the original indigenous states are one with us, to include Nigeria.
And they understand that. They understand that we're past that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they understand that. So they understand that we...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying that they understand that we play a very significant part in the freedom and the being able to use their resources as collateral instead of using the fiat from the United States and France. The group that I'm dealing with, the group of kings that I'm dealing with, they are trying to get away from the colonial setup altogether.
And we are that way. The resources that they have over there, and again, this is why you are to send for the resources. In other words, you're going to send them what they need in order to ship it back to you. That's what I'm stating. Okay, that process means that you're going to send them a box that can hold the 5 pounds. It's going to have, you've seen our stamps, our postage stamps, that says that if it's mailed in the United States, then you know what our stamps say. So you'll put that on the box along with a tracking receipt number.
Right. Yes.
And your information on there, and then here's the thing: when you send the box, what you will to do is it's going to look like it's coming from either here or you. So in the upper left corner, you're going to have a mailing location that is here.
Exactly.
And then it's going to be sent to you. Okay? Right. And that way, when they put everything in there along with the bill of lading, and then what you will include is a customs is a customs waiver. A customs waiver is simply a one-page customs document that says this package has already been reviewed by customs, and freedom of movement is invoked. Freedom for movement is invoked. So
okay, I think that I experienced that in a piece of property that I'm trying to purchase there.
Of course.
A Gazette document, certified Gazette document.
I'm not familiar with Gazette document, but it wouldn't take. I can tell you this: it's an affidavit. I know that.
Yes.
So then
yes.
there's nothing that is necessary for that shipment to move that you cannot craft, and that we've already crafted for you as a template. The bond, the shipment has to be bonded. So that's what our bond process is.
Oh boy! Oh man, that is perfect. That's perfect.
Isn't that good? Our ancestors have foresight that can see way out there and way back there.
Oh yeah, and they keep on letting me know that I'm building a bridge from this end.
Yeah.
Just keep building the bridge
to another part of the estate.
Oh, and I was surprised that in Africa they're aware, that is that they're part of the estate. They just don't know what we're thinking over here.
They kind of do. I mean, I've had calls, conferences with those from the different territories at Northeast Africa, and they are aware. They know who we are, and they are all on board with Moorish National Republic federal government, Moorish American consulate, the courts, the money, dolarium, gold, silver,
commerce.
They're with us.
Ready.
They're with us. So all we have to do is show them the process to use in order to proceed, because they're just looking for process.
And I've been invited. 9 kings have invited me over in December, and that was all I wanted to discuss while I was there was the termination of contracts. And a few other contracts that I wanted to get from you that's personal to their area. I want to get them because I'm a household word in some of the areas over there because of some of the things I'm already doing. So I got 9 kings that want to meet with me in December.
Well, Nobility, you're the emperor over the kings. This is the homeland.
I understand.
For the kings. They're aware of that. So they're going to be looking to you for process on how to do things.
It's the head king in this group calls me father.
Of course, because you are.
So
you're the father from the mother nation.
Okay. And that's the way I'm carrying myself.
Yes, Islam.
So and I'm going to need a lot of information that we don't discuss.
Okay.
The gold and silver, because this is I want to be made a transfer in the gold and the silver before I leave the country.
You can do that in less than a week. You can have stuff on the way. Do you know do you know the mailing location over there?
Yes.
Okay. We will restate that because we're competent at those things. We'll restate that and send something out. So you and I, it will be important for you and I to to have some discussion in the next few days about how to do that. So, Noble Pharaoh, why don't you and I, if you could, let's see. Can you see the chat, Justice Pharaoh?
No, I'm on the phone. I'm on the telephone.
Okay.
And I'm not that computer literate, so I use a lot of people.
Okay.
If you know how to use a computer, I jump on you.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're going to have to come out of your comfort zone and get used to it.
I'm trying my best. I've been trying to create a class at the YMCA, so it's nothing around here for to teach you.
Well, Nobility, you have the teacher within you. All you have to do is get the computer and start letting the teacher within you teach you and show you.
Okay, I'm on it.
You must get on that immediately. You must. That's a must, Nobility. Because, see, the ancestors are, the way that our ancestors work is through our own hands. Yes, we can enlist others to do that, but there's only so much they'll be able to do based on what we see. We must do it. I could have 16 secretaries today, but I don't have 16 secretaries because the ancestors are using these hands to get stuff done. So I have to do it. Listen, we're all at a new place in terms of what we can do. So that's going to be a must in order for you to accomplish what you see needs to be done.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay, all right.
Because I don't like waiting for anything or anyone. I don't like that. I don't. Yeah. So when I can't make it come.
Yeah. Can you and I make an agreement that just for the next 7 days before you and I speak, because you and I are going to speak in, on, or after 7 days, that in the next 7 days you will focus on your computer skills, however that works out.
Yes.
Okay. If we now that we have that agreement, on or after 7 days, you and I will speak by phone, or we'll meet on free conference call, and so that we can work through whatever it is that is necessary for you to manifest what you see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. You have my word. Yeah, you have my agreement on that. Yes, I'm going to be on it.
Now watch how quickly those skills go shooting through the roof, and you're going to be a pro at it very quickly. Because when the spirit gets on yeah.
I already, whenever I get angry, I always go to the computer and I always get somewhere.
Of course you do.
So, yeah.
And so at some point, your mouth is going to start saying that you're computer literate.
That's dangerous.
It is, isn't it? You're going to cast that spell on yourself, and it's going to manifest like mad.
Oh, boy.
You've been casting that spell on you, and now we've reversed that spell.
Oh, boy.
By agreement.
Yeah. I'm excited.
I am too.
Yeah.
So
oh, boy.
Let's do that and then plan on coming together in about 7 days or so.
Yeah.
That's convenient for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Islam.
Because there's a lot to do just learning the computer. I got a lot of work I can.
As long as you say it's a lot, because you're the wizard, you're the word. If you say it's a lot, it'll be a lot. If you say you got this, you got it. It'll be a piece of cake.
I got it.
Yes, of course. Of course you do. We know you do.
Yeah.
Islam.
So yeah, in this I'm going to end it right here because I'm excited, and whatever day we come up with to meet with that, let's do that, but I will be prepared.
Yes. And just know that everything that you need, we've already produced it. It's just a matter of regeneration,
putting it in,
originating it, again.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I everything that I'm doing, I see that we have everything.
Of course, we have so many tools that it's just believable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was saying that because I was trying other demonstrations with the LLC and all of that. I was trying all those demonstrations, and I saw some good some good strategies in that also.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to do everything I can without having to get to fake governments input or information.
So here, if I may offer a suggestion there, anything that you think you might need from them, create it yourself. Problem solved.
Yeah.
If you think you need a license, and we just had that conversation, or if you think you need a certificate of whatever, go online and look at what that looks like and then create one.
I'm already going to be learning the computer. I'm going to be trying to create the driver's tags.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes. So important.
Yeah.
So important.
Yeah. So I already have a mission. You see, it just popped in.
That's it. You have all the tools you need, and not only the tools, but the energy and the authority and the right to do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, so
and the support and assistance.
Yeah. Yes. And I'm just proud of everything. I'm happy about everything.
Yeah.
I'm just moving forward.
And
so peace and love.
We will to send honor to our kingly brothers over there at Northeast Africa. We send them honors, our highest honors, for knowing who to connect with. To get things done.
And they speak with me maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
Of course.
So,
and let me let you in on a little secret. They're all kings, all of them. Some just don't know it. It's just like you're an emperor. We're all emperors and empresses, and some just don't know it. So until they know it, we're here.
Right.
We're here to assist and do and help and
in whatever way we can.
Show the way.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And so it's been going real positive. It done fell out of that Nigeria area into the where is that Madagascar.
Yes.
I have a following in Madagascar also.
No surprise
with
there.
The vanilla bean.
I'm not surprised.
With the vanilla bean.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at that. We send our honors to them as well.
Yeah. So and the difference in there is in Madagascar they are afraid of the government because the government is terrorist also.
So don't say the government is terrorist because they are the government. They just don't know it yet.
They just don't know. And I've been trying my best to awaken them, and some are awakened. Some are awakened. And most of the women are awakened. The men are scared to death.
Well, we're going to assist them in being bold to life instead of
scared to death. Yeah, I want to talk to you because we already have. I'm trying to give. We got 6 tons of vanilla beans laying on the ground that you can't move.
Of course you would say vanilla beans, because I was just thinking yesterday I'll be glad when we get some vanilla bean in here.
Okay, but we're going to get it. Yeah, we're going to get it in here. We got 6 tons just laying around, and the government is holding it back.
No, not well. So, I'll agree with you that the government is holding it back, but it's because we have work to do. There's no government but us and them and the Moors over there. There's no government. Okay. See,
and we have a plan. The Moors have a plan to move that vanilla bean across across Africa and give it away the first time. Give all that away and have them create and make and do whatever they can do to make it prosperous for themselves in their area. And then they'll be buying the vanilla bean from Madagascar, and they'll be protecting Madagascar from pirates.
Well, here's the thing about giving it away. They're not. We would not suggest that, and we're going to push, and we've been pushing all Moors earthwide, because see, right now the Moors are in a spirit of, if we have to give it away, we'll give it away instead of using fiat. This is what we're pushing, not pushing, asserting. Let's use the right words for that. That you use what you have that you were going to give away. You let that be your first delirium demonstration. Don't give it away.
Right.
That is the reason that is there, is so that you can implement your own financial system over it.
Okay.
And that's why we're doing things the way we're doing. And the Spirit is making it so that even people who feel like they have a great need are willing to give things away. Don't give it away. Delirium, more sovereign delirium. That's just the way has been cleared for everyone to do the right thing by the money system.
Okay.
It's either delirium or fiduciary money or gold and silver. Either one, all of that, any of that. Islam, nobility.
And we've already put a business plan in place. And all of the financial workings in the business plan, it only had to do with gold, silver, and delirium.
Beautiful. Well, we'll talk about that, nobility, in on, or after 7 days. So thank you so much for that information. It affirms what we know about our brothers and sisters, and that we've heard from them firsthand, that they are, and all they will is to know the process. What process do we?
Yes.
Islam.
Yes.
Thank you, nobility.
Peace and love. Islam.
Is there anyone else? Islam, Empress.
I find that the 40 documents are an amazing teaching tool, and on how to conduct our government. And it's in black and white, so to speak. Anybody can access it. Mm-hmm. So in order to, it changes the way you think. It's a paradigm shift. They're so powerful. So I would suggest anyone who is working to try to, get their estates back or run a business, that they go through those documents and see what they have to offer. But that they constantly amaze me, as my consort and I, we go through it. We pick through that thing, and it's just, we're both blown away and how our government works. Yeah. So I would like to encourage everyone to study those 40 documents. Islam, I yield.
Islam, indeed, Empress. They're very powerful. When our ancestors gave us that information, we just knew that no matter how long it took us to get to that particular point, that we were going to demonstrate those documents. They told us to lay the foundation for us, and that is what that is. The foundation for our authority, our power, and our ability. Knowing the working parts of the system is what those 40 plus documents demonstrate, is that we know that on the back end or the top end or the bottom, we know what's happening what's necessary and what authorities must be in place in order for things to move, unencumbered and not taxed. So, Islam, Empress.
Once again, this is Empress Amani. I just found the $666 trillion document that I was looking for. I didn't find it on a website, but I did find it, and you're correct. It is public notice. You can find it. It's there.
Yeah.
And my next question, though, is the assigning of the numbers, the MAC number or MAC number. How does that work? How are we doing that? Are we doing that ourselves?
You can. So, for example, my Moorish American consulate number is the same as my state security number, because that's a government number. It's an overall government number.
Oh, okay.
My state security number is restated, and I can't say restated because it's brand new.
Okay.
But that sequence of numbers used to be a dead Social Security number sequence with minus signs in it. And we restated it, pulled out the minus signs, put it in red first and then in blue, and we use that as our number. That's our number.
Okay, and so MAC or MAC stands for Moorish American
Consulate. Yes, and that was things that we were doing 6-7 years ago. And for those that are still doing it, you're not wrong. Keep doing, because that's where you are in the process. For those of us who are now moving into other avenues and venues as well, we use our government number. And when we say government, we mean us, because there's no government but the Moors. Islam.
Islam, thank you so much.
Yeah, Islam. When I hear people saying government, talking about actors, I just think, okay, I'm going to send you some energy so that you will know that you're talking about actors and they are not government. So, with that being stated, I will to show just a couple of things that we did. Everyone see our great Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, the great prophet, Taj Tariq Bey, and Empress Dr. G on House for Reawakening Minds the other day. They did a beautiful presentment, and we just honor them and love them both very much. And we're just so grateful that they're continuing to do that work, because we get so many nuggets of information when we hear them. Our great Sheikh always, especially lately, has been emphasizing what we've been demonstrating. And when I say emphasizing, he emphasizes generally, and then we pull from his general words and point to the thing. How the banks are letting things down, closing things down, all of that. Everyone is seeing. It is important, Moors, that the 40-something documents that say that you have the ability to control your own currency, the currency controller document is one of the most important documents in the 40-something documents. And it has to be in your presented by your government first, which is an 8.5 by 14, which is you. So you'll just present that for yourself. Empress Imani, you did a beautiful job of your presentment of the court actions in red and all lowercase letters and on Moorish government letterhead. Just beautifully written. So Moors, it's going to be important that those documents be put on the public record, because you're not only going to be moving currency for yourself, you're going to be moving it for other nations as well. Just like what Justice Farrell stated earlier about the kings, our brothers over at Northeast Africa. You have to have those documents in place before you start moving things all around, because it's currency that you're moving, and currency being energy. So those who are looking at moving things back and forth from other nations and things, get those 40-something documents put on the public record and make sure that you understand them, please. Because there are processes that come with that, with what you see, with your vision of moving things back and forth, import, export, etc. There are documents that are based on or built on top of those 40-something documents, so that your movements and shipments can move without something in shipping called demurrage. So for those who are looking at international movement of goods and services and works, rather, or whatever you call whatever you're doing internationally, which is all of us really, look up the word demurrage. It's another way of saying that the Moors have stopped your movement and taxed it because there's something going on with it. Demurrage in shipping, I used to be in import-export some years back in my sleep. And whenever a shipment moves from one place and enters another port, and we are all ports, when that shipment comes into that port, every now and then, especially if it's the first time shipping, customs will stop the shipment and inspect it to ensure that, if it's plants or animals or something like that coming in, that it meets a certain standard and things of that nature. When customs stops the shipment, they do the examination, and once they do the examination, they send out notification of the results of that examination. And when they send out notification of the results of the examination, demurrage starts there. Demurrage, D-E-M-U-R-R-A-G-E, demurrage. That means that there are some taxes being assessed for every day that shipment sits in the port and is not handled properly or brought in properly, or something's going on with it. And so until customs releases it, and we know customs is a treaty word, but that's so people will import things that are good and healthy and helpful for the people. So with that being stated, look that word demurrage up for all Moors who are going to be bringing things internationally in and out of the territories. And demurrage is something that you will to avoid Islam. So with that being stated, I saw this on YouTube, and I just will to mention this briefly. On YouTube the other day, there's a video out. They're sending out messages, Masonic messages about us, Moors. And when I say about us, they can't speak about us. However, they do a semblance of that or a resemblance of that. So I saw this video, and I'll put the link to the video in the chat so that you can see. Just take a look at it. As we continue standing, just like our Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated, they're going to have to start telling the truth. And so that time is now. Because once we say it on the public record, then they have permission. Then they have permission to say it. Okay? Additionally, there was something that I saw on social media. One of the Moors put a statement under the video, under one of our videos, about the Wholesale not accepting their copies of receipts. And we just will to show briefly what our response is so that you can know our line of thinking, our thought process when we're demonstrating things. We're not looking for acceptance from anyone about our documentation. That has been a misnomer in the Moorish nation since a while, quite a while, where Moors will craft documents and then say, do you accept these? That is not our position. That's not our position. So let me read briefly what we stated. We said, looking for acceptance is the issue. That means your approach was with the energy of asking them. Have you read the Wholesale policies on payments and then restated them? That's so important, Moors. You are writing the payment policy for them because in truth, no payment policies have been properly written in a fake u.s.fiat system. When you put the restated policies with the Constitution and or the Universal Commercial Codes and or the United States Codes peacefully, and those are restated by us, then you do not have to wait for acceptance from subjects in the Office of Wholesale Management. They are subjects. The system will comply. The system will comply. And excuse my phone for beeping and blinging. There's text messages coming through. A hotel is a system. It's not people. It's a system. When you command the system in a language that the system understands, the people will not be able to accept or not accept. It will just be a matter of fact. It's just a matter of fact. It will work. I will say this as a caveat, not a caveat, but in addition, our ancestors willed to see the process be done properly, demonstrated properly. And now that processes are being demonstrated properly, we are seeing the results of that. Okay? We have built our system that is used to obtain our inheritance and distribute resources worldwide and earthwide. The building, this right here is the building of the system. When you restate policies and make them law, because they're not really policies, it's just a suggested draft. When you restate them, then you're putting the financial system in place that you can use. You're trying to have the living documents talk to a dead system. You must create and originate the living system competently. So you look at the system that's there, the enactment of a system that's there, and you say, okay, how does this work? How does this system work? And then you just restate it. That always starts with policies and procedures. You look at the quote unquote policies and procedures and you restate them, because they're in all of the enacted policies and procedures that were written by actors in the previous era. It's a split-tongued system. Therefore, the system will always their enacted system will always pick the fiat route until you tell it otherwise, until you create the right way for the system to say what it's supposed to say. Islam, Empress.
Justice Shasta wills to come into this conference.
Islam. So with that being stated, we have a question about systems, because this is a systems question. People may not think this is a systems question, but it is a systems question. Why do we not use abbreviations in our addresses and postage parcels? And Justice Pharaoh, as you are putting together the package, the parcel to send to them and to have come back, this is important in the addresses and parceling and the things that you're writing, the bill of lading and all of that. This is important. Can someone answer this question? Why do we not use abbreviations? Islam, Empress.
Abbreviation breeds ambiguity.
Yes.
So to alleviate ambiguity of any kind for assumption, you must state what it is you mean and mean what you state in the regard of expressing it in no ambiguous terms, to the point where you write every letter out and spell it as you will it spelled, whether it's ancient English and or spelling it out. So and then in the address, you are addressing the court when you address yourself, and you're speaking to your office, to wherever you send it to. So in that regard as well. And the address, like, it has so many different meanings and degrees to it. But when you properly address it, you're making your proper statement, and from your proper stand, jurisdiction as well.
That was very well stated, Empress.
Gratitude.
Very well stated, straight to the point, very clear for those ears that are hearing, especially for the new Moors. Very well stated, very clear, very succinct, and to the point.
Islam, I wanted to add to that, because she made me think about how they say law covers all events. So when you're writing something ambiguous, when you're ambiguous, you're not being clear in law. And so writing everything out gives clarity. So if there's any kind of controversy or whatever, you're clear on where your jurisdiction is, and and where you stand. So
yes, indeed.
That was beautiful.
Yes. So we've gone over what abbreviations are. We've gone over that. Abbreviation, shortened. If someone shortens it, you don't know what they mean when they shorten it. They shortened it according to what they think. Shortened conventional expressions, not words, it's expressions. Employed as substitutes. That means that they meant for it to be a substitute. Well, you have to know what it is a substitute for. Because what are you substituting when the law has been spoken? The law cannot be substituted. Abbreviations, and it says for the saving of space, of time in transcribing, etc. Well, when they say for the saving of time, that means they're changing a timeline. So then if an abbreviation is used and you're thinking you're supposed to be here at this time and this place, if an abbreviation is used and you don't know what that abbreviation means and you show up somewhere, you're still not at the right place. That's been the trickery with fake courts, is they use abbreviations and you're thinking you're showing up at the right place at the right time, and they're in modern times and you're speaking ancient language. You're talking about a constitution and a treaty. And they're talking about some corporate dead board meeting rules that are not real. Now, we've talked about this before, but I will to bring something to your attention about abbreviations that we must see and we must know. Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition online. Abbreviators. Did you know that that was an office? It's an ecclesiastical office. So those ecclesiastical Moors, you should know this. Officers whose duty it is to assist in drawing up the Pope's briefs and reducing petitions into another form to be converted into papal bulls. So what are they doing? They're looking at what the Moors put on the public record with an abbreviation on it. They take it and they reduce it down because they can't raise anything. They only reduce. The actors only reduce. Actors can only reduce. And they can't even do that really. Reducing into, and they call it a proper form, to be converted into a papal bull as if they came up with it. So now you know what happens when documents are placed on the public record without being moored to the land. Now you know what happened to the document. What moors a document to the land? Because that's something our great and grand brother Chalet Morbet asked us a couple of weeks ago. What moors a document to the land? Well, I'm so glad you asked. Moorish nationality. Nationality documents moor documents to the land so that they're not floating out there lost at sea to be claimed by pirates and actors and abbreviators, those acting as abbreviators. Just look at that. They're changing it from an actual document to a form. Now, that word converting, when I saw this, I thought of Justice Timothy, who so eruditely brought to our attention that a prophet is a converter. That is a converter, what you're seeing on the screen there. We are all converters. That's what restating documents is all about. Convert it. Now, this is going to be very important when you're talking about, please hear me when I say this, actual funding of your trust. Actual putting the money and having it move around for your trust. Empress, I guess I should probably say that. Islam. So now you know what happens when a document is placed on the public record and it doesn't have any, it's not moored to the land at all. It doesn't have anything that's properly claiming it. It's not an addendum or an addition or a supplement or anything to any other document. It's just out there by itself, wandering around, floating underwater, or floating on top of the water and having a pirate pull it under and have it be labeled as stateless. Now you know what abbreviations are all about and why they use them. So with that being stated, who is the nobility? Who are we? And again, this goes back to the 40-something documents stating our sovereign authority. Because, see, some still don't know. And listen, everybody else, all of our subjects know who we are. All the other nations know who we are. So this is not for them. This is for you and I. Who is the nobility? All of us. The definition is found in who we are and in who we are not. When I first began doing the work, this work, there was one of the Moors who, and again, we're not bashing anyone, they just didn't know. They willed to use the common law in its draft state, which is not real, instead of, now listen, the common law can be used, but it must be restated by the heirs. It must be restated because in the form that we have been looking at, black ink and capital letters and all of that, by others, it's not valid. But I had them say, you know, we're the common people. Well, we're not the common people. We're just not. And I know that there are some who will to, you know, say, well, we're one with everybody. We are one with everyone. We're just not common people. But let me just prove that we don't do things the way common people do them. In the previous era, we did banking as commoners in the enactment. In the previous era, we traveled as commoners in the previous enactment. Now, we quote unquote paid bills like commoners did in the previous era. This is now different. I'll give you an example of this before I add support to what we're stating. With regard to my communication device known as a cell phone, the way that I obtained it had to be different from the previous era. So I had to create my way to obtain it instead of using bottom-re instruments, because I was not going to use a bottom-re instrument to get anything. We're not at the bottom, we're at the top. So I created my driver's license and I used it to obtain this device after 2 years of not having one. All went well, but again, we're learning to navigate using our proper status. So now I'm learning to navigate this process, continuing to, I've done the demonstration, I demonstrated successfully. Now I have to continue demonstrating this process the right way. Well, what did that look like? What happened there with that? This device began accepting some calls and not accepting others, accepting some text messages and not accepting the majority of others. So if certain ones, and I'll say anyone aside from those have been trying to call me, they can't get through seemingly. But then others can get through easily. So I'm having to navigate the process, this is what we do. We navigate. That's what we do. We're navigating peaceful commercial waters or peaceful merchant waters. Okay, that is what our ancestors did. That is what we're doing. And so even with that is not done the way a commoner would do it. A commoner would just do whatever the way commoners did it in the previous era. We're using our instruments to continue to demonstrate our communication device so that it does what it's supposed to do. So we're just looking at it. We're not going to stress or anything about what calls come in and what calls don't. We're going to continue to look at the process and continue to demonstrate. Period. Because we haven't blocked anybody. But see, there is a low energy that would have others think that, oh, she blocked you. No, we are one. We're trusted. We trust one another. We're in trust with one another. We trust one another. So we don't do that. But what we are doing is learning, is remembering how to navigate these processes. And we're built for it. We're all built for it. So here's the thing, Moors, and this is something that we're seeing. Even when you get whatever it is that you will to have, whether it be conveyances, domiciles, communication devices, whatever it is, you're still going to have to demonstrate who you are after you get it. Because it's your stuff. You can have the stuff. But will you be yourself the whole time? Even if something seems like it's not quite, not going as you had it planned, you still have to be yourself. Give it a minute, wait it out, and the ancestors will bring the answer to you. So we're not stressing about it. We're not going to run anywhere with some fiat because fiat won't work on this account because we didn't use fiat to obtain it, to get it to continue doing what it should be doing. So even after you get the conveyance, you still got to put gas in it or put electricity in it or whatever. And you have to be able to do that using your instruments, sovereign instruments, living instruments. And yes, it is peanut butter sandwiches. These are small things, but it's the little foxes that spoil the vine. Let me rephrase that. It's the little foxes, it's the little things that matter. It's the little things, the little successes that make the big success. Because if you'll think about it, it's those little peanut butter sandwich contracts that got people all off. And now we're back on. It's those little things. Oh, yes. That is our success. So we're just taking our time, and please don't worry. It's going to, for those who are reaching us by way of our communication device, don't worry. Let us continue to demonstrate because we're gonna do it right. We're gonna do it right so that we can show others how to do it as well. We've already shown you how to obtain the device. Now we have to continue doing that. And some might call it peanut butter sandwiches. I call it peanut butter sandwiches too because it's small in comparison to the big things, but it's these little things. And just know that if I ran down there with some fiat, they would take it so that they can corrupt everything. No, we're not doing that. We're going to continue moving the way our ancestors willed for us to move with these peanut butter sandwiches. Oh, yes, that part. Because how many of us have obtained a communication device or anything just based on who we are in truth. The things that you have right now, the things that you will to have, you must be yourself. And I'll say this. I recently had an interaction with Moors, and there are several, who just decided to go out, and there are several. We know, as you all probably know of Moors who've done this too. They'll go out somewhere maybe and say, well, I'm just going to do the contract, and then I'll go back and fix it. They went and did a contract for a car, a brand new one. And the actors gave it to them. But you got to know they came back and took it within 90 days. Within 90 days, because there was a lien on it that was not removed. Signed all the paperwork that was presented to them, re-presented to them, when they should have taken that paperwork and restated all of it, and be willing to wait it out, wait the process, because it's a process. It's your system. And sure enough, even with other tags on it and stuff, they took it. And now it's clear that no, we must do this properly. Everyone must be themselves before you contract. Before you contract, because everybody already knows who we are. The system knows who we are. So we can't do things the way commoners do them. So let's take a look at common. The commonalty, the great body of citizens, the mass of the people, what? Excluding the nobility. So all men are created equal, not. There it is, right there. Not like that. And we'll put men in quotes. The body of people composing a municipal corporation, excluding the corporate officers. Well, then the nobility must be the officers, or the heads, rather. Let's use that word, the heads. Because they keep saying the body, the body, the body, the body. Well, who's the head of all of that, all of those bodies? Charters of incorporation of the various tradesmen's societies in England are usually granted to the master, wardens, and commonalty of such corporation. Who's doing the granting? The grantor is doing the granting to the masters, wardens, and commonalty. So Moors, you are not the common people. If you're going to use common law, restate it, please. That means edit it according to your status. Please. Please edit it according to your status. We are the nobility, and everyone knows that. Commons, the common people, the class of subjects in Great Britain, exclusive of the royal family and the nobility. And the royal family are those subjects who are in the office of whatever, because they have a royal command to honor. That means that they are hired to do a particular thing by us. It says part of the domain land of a manor, or land the property of which was in the Lord, not above the Lord, but in the Lord. And in reality, is the Lord stands on the land, which being uncultivated was termed the Lord's waste, and served for public roads and for common of pasture to the Lord and his tenants. Commons, the common way. It was extra land that we had. And we said, okay, you can, instead of trampling through my estate, you can use this extra land right here. And the nobility can use the land, you can, and the commons can use this part right here. And so no land is waste for us, but we will to state to the heirs that we are not the common people. We govern the common people, and that's not a I'm better than you or you're better than me. It's just some facts that we're stating. Commoner, and this is the Webster's 1828 unabridged dictionary. One of the common people, one not of the nobility. And we can pretty much just leave that right there. Common era, same as Christian era. Common and Christian mean the same thing. I'll leave that right there because it's a dictionary. So Christianity and Christendom, when you look in any dictionary under Christendom, because that's really what the word is Christendom, where we gave them a name. The common era and the Christian era are the same. We are the nobility. Noble, a person having hereditary, that means inherited, it's in your blood, rank, or title. And for us, it's both. A nobleman. In England, a peer. And see, in England, we all have crowns. We are the crown. And that's why that is placed that way in England, calling it peers, because we've always been peers one to another, the nobility. Islam. It's going in and out a little bit, Empress, but go ahead. We can hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. Somebody was telling me that I should go through genealogy to find out who my ancestors were, and I said, my culture does bloodline and birthright, and they were like, oh yeah, and then I talked about how my sister did her DNA, and so she's telling me she's from Ghana, and I'm telling her I'm a Moor. But I said, well, how do you fix your bloodline when Ghana is a corporation? You're not going very far. I'm going further, saying who my ancestors are. But the genealogy, it doesn't give you heirship. It doesn't give you birthright. And that's more important than trying to look at the genes and splice them. And, you want to know who you are, and how you're tied to the land. That genealogy is really nothing. And so that's why I Islam to that, because you're reading about that, and that's key.
Yeah. With genealogy, it has to be restated, and when it's restated, then she will find out that the original Ghana was over here. When it's restated properly.
Exactly.
And she will also find out that she doesn't even have DNA, so so how did they even do that? That's animal husbandry science, quote unquote.
Exactly. But the guy who said that I should do genealogy rather than find my bloodline and birthright, he was a Mormon. And he said the Mormons spent billions of dollars trying to prove that they are the Jews. And so since they had all this data, then they started the ancestry thing. So he was saying that he's a Jew on his dad's side. And I was going to just break that down to say even in Scripture, if the mother isn't of the bloodline and birthright, it's a make it or break it thing. Because every time you look at whether it was Moses, he separated from who he was married, and she said, the blood is between me and you. And Abraham and Agar and Sarah, it's that woman, that bloodline.
Yeah.
So huge. So, I didn't, even though he was saying, he believes he's a Jew and trying to go by the scriptures, I was just going to, point that out, that if you don't have the blood coming from the woman to the child, that doesn't count. But, just for conversation purposes here, that's why I was mentioning that too.
Islam. So their claim of Jewishness is based on our sons. And their claim is, we know we didn't come from the mother. We came from a different mother. But we have, our claim has to be through, they know it has to be through the Moors, so they'll claim Jew by way of their father. Patriarchy comes by way of our sons. And that's why Yeshua, their Christ, was male instead of female. That's why they put their Christ there. They skipped all over Mary and went straight to the male, not the male, to the masculine energy, because their only claim is through our son. Their only claim is through our son.
Exactly.
And so everyone on earth wants to make a claim that connects them to us. And they can in one way or another, because nothing exists without us, and no one exists without us. So we get what he's saying. He's just trying to remind you that he's trying to remind you that, look, I'm still in with y'all. I'm still in with you. You just don't see it yet. But patriarchy is a password for them that they claim, and again, this is why Christianity was a commoner thing, because the mothers of the Christians was not us, it was someone that we created, whereas our sons come from us.
Wow.
So they all they're saying is, we still have to be connected to you because you are God to us. And he stopped short of calling you God because he was speaking to you. What he's saying is, it's through the Son of God that he is a more man. And they will that you do genealogy, because if you do genealogy and then restate it, it's going to come back to here. It's going to come back to here. Knowing that it's going to lead you straight to the Mormon temple in Utah as one of the places. Because they have a bunch of records there that when we restate the records, they'll be the truth for us.
Islam. And when I did look at Ancestry.com and looked at my lineage, they put N as the race. N. So Negro. So, you know.
No, so, N doesn't mean that.
Oh, no. Okay.
It means noun. 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 Not pronoun. It means noun. Doesn't mean Negro.
And what does the C mean in the Ancestry?
Corporate.
Okay.
Corporation. Because it's a corporation that's doing that.
Okay.
But when you look at the results and restate them, it's just gonna keep saying, yeah, you're from Khalifa and Michigama and Alabama mixed together.
Okay.
Like mine would say Mississippi, that I'm Ouachita. I'm also Michigama Moor. I'm also, it will say a couple of different tribes, Cherokee, the original indigenous Cherokee, not the corporate ones, not the ones who were holding space and being in all capital letters, because those are actors.
Okay.
So when people say, I'm Native American, but they look like, not look like, because it's not about looks, but their blood is of a certain type, that then they're an actor. They're acting. They were acting. And, we're not mad at actors. We're not mad at actors. That's what that means. They're saying they're a part of the United States Corporation Company, the bankrupt one. Because that's where the group of actors came from.
Yes, they did.
And guess who hired them? In 1776. I'll let the Moors, who are the lords for all, stew on that one. I'll let that one marinate.
We hired them?
The only ones who had the money to hire that many actors.
Right.
Yeah, we did. Our ancestors did that to test you and I.
Islam Empress, speaking of acting and money, I don't know if you saw, I sent you an image of some corporate fiat, and they call it counterfeit, circulating. And let me see, what did it say? Oh, yeah.
Did you show them what you sent?
Go ahead. Yeah, because I put a link and I commented under your second video that you posted in your demonstration showing the green cards. I put the link to the video. I can get it and put it here. But yeah, I found it interesting that they're calling that counterfeit, but meanwhile that's their so-called original script, because as we spoke previous times in Congress, we mentioned that that fiat was a prop in Hollywood. And
yes, it is.
And now they have this circulating as quote-unquote counterfeit. Meanwhile, I take this as a sign, an assidual, stating that this is in fact them going back to their original act 1, Scene 1, and saying that this is our final, whatever before the curtain closes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Basically. Yeah. And you can get it on Amazon too.
Mhm.
It's crazy. They got them using fiat to get fiat.
Yeah.
You can buy fiat with fiat. That's so funny. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that, Empress.
You're welcome. Yeah, it was in my YouTube feed, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting.
Yeah. Wow. Noble, formerly an English gold coin. So we are money all the way around. All the way around. We've always been the money. A commoner is not money. There's no coin called a common, but there's a coin called a noble. There's a coin called sovereign. All of that. How many different ways can the dictionary tell us that we're the money? Islam's nobility.
This is Noble Timothy Hashan Bey. I want to thank all the matriarchal Allah, the empresses here. Love to hear. I have a question. I was listening to Taj about 2 or 3 years ago, and he had mentioned the letter that George Washington had wrote to the Sultan, right? And in it, I believe, I'm not too sure, but you can help me out in this erudition part. But I think the Sultan gave George Washington, or I don't know how the transaction was, like $3 million in gold to be connected to our commerce, our business here. Is that correct, or help me out there?
Either 3 million or 7 million, something along those lines. I have to look back at it in gold. But yes, he got a loan.
It was gold. So that's the noble coin. Is that what that is?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sis.
And it's also sovereigns. The coin called the sovereigns.
Correct. Thank you, sis.
Islam. And then what did George Washington do? Create an acting company.
Exactly. That's what.
Give them script, military script. It went from acting to military occupation, and then back to acting, and now it's subjects.
All right. Okay.
And
thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, nobility. And that process of them going from hired hands, hired actors, to military occupation, then back to subjects in the office of, that process is a financial process. It happens financially. It happens financially. When they were previously acting as military occupation, you slap a lien on that thing, stop it from moving, slap a lien on it, and then everything shuts down. And then you lien, levy, and bond. And then the bond, you're bonding the subjects to you, not fake actors and not dead corpses. That's all of that's a financial, it was a financial arrangement from the beginning. But see, we told them, the subjects, we said, okay, if you're going to do this acting piece right here, so that you can strengthen the heirs and teach them to appreciate their estate, if you're going to do that, you have to do everything in the negative. That's why they operated off of debt in their enactment. But see, the whole time our ancestors have been looking at ensuring that everybody's okay. We live forever, as it is anyway. But this, and then we all agreed to be tested. And I know some may say that they didn't agree and that you know, those actors are just rogue. No, you actually agreed to be tested. You agreed to be tested. And then at any time, Moors, at any time, we could say, we don't want to be in the theater acting anymore. And then you step out of the acting and be yourself. And when you step out of acting and be yourself, you have to make everything around you real again. Real again. Real again. Because before it was just a prop. And that's why they didn't have a problem ripping somebody out, knowing that you're looking at the God who created you, and you rip them out of the conveyance or take them out the quote-unquote house and all of that, and evict them and all of that stuff. We agreed, because guess what? No one, and here's the thing, that's what consent is agreeing to do something. No one can make the gods do anything. And that's when we state that all the time. We can't tell sovereigns what to do, even though we're a sovereign God too. We can't tell you what to do. We can assist each other, though, in seeing, opening our eyes to see. You make everything around you real again. How do you do that? With the word on paper. Because on paper is where everything, that's where scripts are written. So you have to turn the script into scripture. Oh, and our ancestors have given us just so many beautiful keys with that. It's just amazing. 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 We are the saviors for the whole world. So now look, when you say something about a noble being a European animal, a European fish, the leery or the pogue, agonus cataphractus. But we don't call the European a fish. So that means we don't call the European a noble, because that would be inappropriate according to the definition and etymology of that word. Have you heard of the Nobel Peace Prize? And of course, they mispronounce the word. It's a prize for peace. That tells you what a noble does. Noble, a leader of men hired to break a strike. And it doesn't say that that leader is masculine or feminine. It just says a leader of men hired to break a strike. Nobleman, or noblemen in the plural, a noble. A titled person, one of the nobility. But look at noble-minded. Honorable, magnanimous, possessing a noble mind. Nobility, nobleness is excellence, the state of being noble. Elevation of mind and condition. This is huge. Nobleness, elevation, the uplifting of all of fallen humanity. The grand rising, that's elevation of mind and condition. Condition means elevation of what's around you. So no more living in slum and squalor. Nobleness, when you elevate your mind, the condition is going to change. It's going to get better. When the mind is elevated, to your nobility. Abundance, wealth, and prosperity ensue and chase you and overtake all that is yours. Competence, peace, joy, freedom, love, movement, luxury. I said it. Luxury. The best of everything. It's not an overnight process, but it happened. It's happening now. And it's going to continue. That's going to go on, what they say, go on fleek, on high. Nuclear. Now, nobility, nobilitas. High station or rank is high station and rank. Rank being a military term, so we don't necessarily need that one, but we can use it just as peacekeepers. It says especially that distinction of rank in the state and nation which one deprives from noble ancestors, or derives rather, derives from noble ancestors and from a title proven. So nobility is not assumed. Just because your skin is brown does not mean that you've proven your nobility by having brown skin. I'll just say that. Because there are some who have brown skin that are not the nobility. I'll say that too, because I see them all the time. That just means that they have a modern European mother. And that's not a bad thing. You must stand up for your mother. But you know, as I've been looking at this definition and thinking about the things that I've witnessed and seen, even in my sleep, I used to wonder why the modern Europeans that I grew up around, because I grew up around some modern Europeans, why did they talk to their parents so harshly? Why? I used to wonder why, because I've heard them tell their mothers, shut up, tell their fathers to go to hell, just all kinds of craziness. I heard even hitting their parents. And I used to wonder, why do they do that, and who let them get away with that? Because there's no way. You couldn't even look at our parents like you didn't want to hear what they had to say without some repercussion. They did not allow disrespect. Our parents did not allow disrespect at all, or you were just asking for some correction. And now I know why. It makes sense why some of them did that. Not all of them did it. Some did that. Some. And the ones that did it, it was a great number of them, though, that did that. And I just wonder, how can they talk to their parents like that? But now it makes sense. I know why. Plus, their parents had to treat them in a way that made them tough enough to stand up to do the task at hand that they had to do in the enactment. Because it's not easy standing up to the gods. It's not easy. Even in an enactment in theater, it's not easy when you know where you come from. But they had to be toughened to do that. It makes sense. And again, we're not mad at anyone. We love everyone. We love everyone. We love everyone. It's a spell. I say it 3 times because it's true. It says nobility. those people collectively, not persons, but those people collectively who are of noble blood. The collective body of noble and titled people who are the state, the law, the land, and the government at all times. And you can tell that that's been edited. Yes, I edited it because we're supposed to. Nobility, distinction, dignity, rank, lordship, loftiness, that means high up, generosity, aristocracy. This is who you are, Moors. This is who we are. I willed today to really emphasize who we really are. Now, as the prosperity and the abundance and the wealth continues to manifest, we keep these things in mind, all of this. Noble. The most important thing about noble and nobility is right here at Nasir or Nasir, to know. Yes, well known. Yes, famous. Yes, high born. That means no bottom re-instruments at birth. Noble, to know. That means we know all. That to me is the most important of all of these, although all of these are important. Having or showing high moral qualities or ideals, lofty, having excellent qualities. I'll say this about the excellent qualities. Things were not to our high standard when we started this work, and as we've been working our way up, things were not as excellent as we would have liked for them to be in terms of presentments, but that could not stop us. Our ancestors said, get it done. So we had to get it done. We had to get it done. That did not diminish our excellent qualities. None of us. None of this has diminished our excellent qualities. Always remember that. Grand, stately, splendid, magnificent, of high rank, title, and birth, ancient lineage, aristocratic. Now this is the part here. Not corroding or deteriorating rapidly, especially gold. Exalted. Does anyone know the root word of the word exalted? What is the root word?
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Altar. I would say altar. Altar.
Yes.
Ooh, so let me join you.
Yeah. Yes. It means not altered.
Right.
That means restate everything back to its original. Restate the documents, the papers, the codes, the statutes, the laws, the certificates, the affidavits, all of that. Restate everything. Exalted.
And then they will be exalted. Right.
Yes. That is how the grand rising happens. Islam, Empress.
So that means you just come out and tell them, period, who you are.
Period.
And you don't have to explain anything. You just tell them who you are, and this is your command.
And that's best done in writing, because then they can have it to look at and see.
Exactly.
It's best done in writing because, remember, that's the only place that they were existing anyway, was on paper.
Right.
So we correct the paper. Our Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, correct the literature.
Okay.
He also stated that the printing press was going to be our greatest weapon. And he didn't call it a weapon. He said a tool, I think he said. And I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he told the truth. And when you talk about a printing press, you're still talking about the difference between fiat and real money being printed.
Right.
Ooh, who said that? Sure did. Wow.
That is grand.
Empress is omnific. I will never forget that term. Thank you for it.
I feel you.
Yes.
I'll never forget it.
Yes. Exalted, stately. This is noble. This is the definition for the word noble.
Right.
Stately, majestic, grand, high, illustrious. So when you're talking about an Illuminati, quote unquote, no, illustrious, imperial, august, which is our solar return month, August. Generous, magnanimous, which means huge. What makes us different from all others on the planet? Our bloodline existed before any animals were created, so we couldn't possibly have animal DNA in us.
Okay.
That's what makes us different from everyone else on the planet. Okay. We are the only living beings whose cells do not contain any animal material. Only God can create something out of nothing. We are the only self-creating beings in existence. We said to ourselves, let us go down and make man in our image and after our likeness. And then we said, okay, now we're going to manifest as the man we created. The womb man that we created. Before we created ourselves here, we existed everywhere already. We are ancient, number 4. There is none before us and none beside us. There will be none after us. Those are the 4 facts and laws that make us different from all others on the planet. In heaven and at earth. As above, so below. So when people ask you what makes you different from anybody else, our bloodline existed before any animals were created. We were the ones doing the creating. And then on the 6th day, we created man. After all that plants and animals, then we said, okay, let's create a man, but we're the ones doing the creating, so we're first. And that's not an ego statement, it's a fact.
So nobleman really kind of wraps it all up.
It does. It does. It does. So when Noble Tamasi says that he introduces himself and he says he's Noble Tamasi, well, there it is. That's it. He's saying he has excellent qualities and ancient lineage, and he doesn't corrode or deteriorate rapidly, and he's like gold, and he's illustrious and renowned and eminence and all of that. High moral qualities and all of that, and wealth as well. Because with these comes wealth automatically.
Okay.
And when we state that we are the nobility, so usually when Moors say Islam, and then I'll say Islam noble or nobility, this is what we're saying about, we're stating about you. Islam nobility. We are acknowledging and recognizing your divinity when we say that. Your lordship. your excellent qualities, that you are exalted above all others. There's none above us at all, ever. There's none above us at all. With that being stated, discipline beats, and this is on another topic, discipline beats motivation in most cases. Endurance beats motivation, and motivation is the starting point, so we don't do away with motivation. Motivation is the starting point for discipline and endurance. This has been a test of endurance and discipline. And let me make sure we spell discipline properly, the way that we see it. Discipline and discipleship means the same thing. It's similar, except you are a disciple of your own selves because you're the only one who can discipline you. The Biblios talks about go and make disciples of men and of nations. Well, that starts with us first. We disciple ourselves first. We discipline ourselves first. What does that mean? Attending Congress regularly. Attending Congress. Because that's going to be important when it comes in the next few days, weeks, and months, is who actually attended Congress first? Who was there? That's going to be so important when you see what's coming. When you see what's coming, and we can see what's coming, is who made it a priority to govern, to actually put their energy into the government. When you could have been somewhere else, you could have been at a concert or at the beach or walking around outside in nature. You could have been doing other things, but you chose to govern. That's important. Very important. It's going to be really important in the coming days, weeks, and months. With that being stated, regarding things like actors acting out an election, our Grand Sheikh Taj talked about this briefly, but we state for ourselves, we're not speaking for him, we speak because we don't speak for him, we don't speak for each other, we all speak for ourselves. We vote here at Congress. We do not vote with dead nor with actors. And there's no need for the actors to continue acting out an election when we vote already. The living vote has been cast many times. And when you say cast a vote and a spell are the same thing because you cast them both. Important, very important. We are prepared and now we are prospering. I was going to put a link in there about some things. We'll go over these things at a different time. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go over these at another time. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Oh, on the back of the 20 U.S. Federal Reserve debt note is a hint. On the reverse of the U.S. $20 bill, there is a hint. Someone showed this to me the other day, and they showed me this the other day. I'll just pull it up really quickly, a photo, so that you can see what they showed me. Let's see if we can blow this up a little bit, make it a little bigger. It's a hint. It doesn't mean that this thing is real. It's a hint. Does anyone see the hint?
This one, I do.
And it is?
The banner and how it's flying. The stripes are leading.
There it is.
Proper way.
There it is. And our Prophet Noble Drew Ali mentioned the $20 bill, didn't he? He pointed to it. He said one day you'll be walking down the street and you'll step right over it.
Yeah.
They'll drop a $20 bill and you'll step right over it. He was hinting to look at it. And that's why. Oh, we love our Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We really do. We love the hints that he gave. He willed to that we free ourselves. So he just put everything he had into us freeing ourselves. And we love him for that. And we also love the great prophet Taj Tariq Bey, who did the same thing as doing the same thing, putting all into ensuring that we free ourselves and stay free. Not just free, prosperous. Well, we're doing that part too. We'll take some of that. We're ensuring that we stay prosperous and continue to manifest our prosperity. With that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this great Congress? Questions, comments?
Islam.
Islam Empress, beautiful Empress Shasha.
Islam, thank you. Are you going to, is this going to be posted on YouTube? Because I missed the beginning. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful. I have a question, and I don't know, maybe it was covered today, but I listened to Taj Friday, I believe it was. But yes. Anyway, he talked about, and if this is my memory, I do believe it was Farrakhan traveling through New Orleans. And he talked about traveling with the nationality card and on all of those sorts of things. Is that my memory serving me correctly? But I wanted to, yes.
I'll have to go back and watch it, but I was just going to say that wouldn't surprise me if Farrakhan was traveling that way, because he knows.
Islam, it was fair.
Yeah, and because he actually, okay, wonderful, because he said, and he made the statement, that's for you to discuss. And I just made a little note myself and said, ooh, this is something to discuss at some point with Congressional, because it just lit, obviously, travel in my mind and in my being, because that was, and I didn't catch when it was, but so obviously it's been happening. I mean, obviously we know that. But it certainly put a fire under my being with us and our processes currently, and so I just wanted to bring that up. And
yes, Empress, thank you for bringing that up. That Farrakhan is, and we'll call him Minister Farrakhan now that that nationality is that cat is out of the bag, and we're not calling nationality a cat out of the bag, but that secret is out of the bag, that he is a nationalized Bey from what we've heard. So that is not firsthand information, but what we also, we heard that he is traveling with nationality documentation as well here on the land, but it was only a matter of time because he knows the history of Moorish science and how the Nation of Islam emerged from the Moorish science movement.
Correct.
Yeah. All other movements among the original indigenous people emerged from, especially in the early 1900s, emerged from Moorish science.
From Moorish science.
Yeah.
That is the movement.
To include the Hare Krishna movement and all of that stuff came from us meditating and the things that we were doing prior to 1871. because we were still doing those things.
Interesting. And the Hare Krishnas, I did not know that. The Hare Krishnas was where when I was growing up, they were huge in London.
Mm-hmm. And really they were huge in commerce, weren't they?
Yes, they were. That's what, yes.
They got that from us.
Yeah.
Get out on the corner and sell some flowers.
Yeah.
Huge in commerce. They had hundreds of thousands of them out every day on the corner selling flowers to move the fiat around.
To move.
Because the fiat had to have ways to move because the Moors were like not, we were going to sleep at the time in the enactment.
Sleeping, yeah. Yeah.
So they had to get ways out there to move it.
I mean, as you're stating, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing them, and the overstanding, the comprehension is just like, wow. I hear bells ringing.
Yes.
Because I'm seeing it from my childhood coming on up,
yes.
and being asleep then. But as you state it now, it's all knitting together.
Yeah. And all that they did, all the Hare Krishnas did was reenact the tulip wars. The tulip wars. The flower, the tulip. Back in the early, look up the tulip wars and when they happened. The Hare Krishnas just looked at that and said, okay, let's do that. Let's sell flowers.
Isn't that interesting? Okay, I didn't know about the tulip.
It was about the currency. It was about whenever the currency changed, they had to find ways to get it out there to the people. So they said, okay, let's get out there and sell things, and only accept that. Don't accept the other thing.
That is, and it's interesting because speaking of flowers too, the fabrics that they wore were dyed with flowers.
Yes, and a flower is a natural
saffron
thing.
And the flowers are a natural thing. Yeah,
but see, the Moors
dyed with saffron.
When we were starting to go to sleep, they said somebody's got to take that natural characteristic and push it. Hold space for the Moors until they wake back up. Hold space.
And they did.
In the enactment until they wake back up. So when you look at everything, everyone just took a piece of what we did, because we did everything. Everyone took a piece of it and made that their enactment, their piece, and then they just did it. They started doing things.
And they did it. That was the orchestra.
Yeah.
All the different sections of the orchestra.
Yeah.
The music, the sound, yeah.
And that's what made everything go, go, go.
Go, go, go.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're just repeating. Now that we're awake, we are doing it, making it real.
We're making it real. We're taking back. We're manifesting everything, all that we are. Manifesting it. And we were the titans. There were no merchants and titans greater in all of history or herstory. None greater.
Or mystery. That was it. Yeah.
None greater.
Well, as you say in the definitions of noble, all of that is encompassed in every one of those definitions.
Yes. Yes. And also, I will to say this too, because this has been on my spirit for a while to say, even about as we continue expressing our nobility the way that we do, however you're led to do that, and continue being ourselves. When you hear things in the funny mirror, as the funny mirror exits, like, banks are closing, there's not going to be any bank branches and bank this and that. They're not talking to you, everyone. Please know that, everyone. They're not talking to you. That's the funny mirror. You are the bank. And if people have to come to where you are to bank, they will. But the ancestors have all of that worked out already. All we have to do is continue demonstrating and just continue doing the processes. The ancestors will to see that we knew everywhere, because there's really no such thing as fake money. Before money started flying everywhere, our ancestors willed that we just demonstrate the processes, and then so it's and they also willed that we, the ancestors within us, willed that we demonstrate the patience throughout the process. Because when you have that much wealth and prosperity and abundance, it's going to take patience to even govern all of that. It takes patience to govern it. Know what to do, know the processes. It's a peaceful process. You know, Islam. I have a question. Is my sound going in and out for anyone else?
Yes.
No.
Islam.
It is for
Islam. You did go in and out a little bit in the last maybe 30 seconds.
Okay.
60 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Islam.
Something that you said, we missed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just kind of
our
froze.
ancestors.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Empress. Our ancestors just willed that we have the patience throughout these processes that we're doing. Is that a bank, Justice Sharif, that you're referring to? Not a bank. Is that a building that was doing business as a bank? He said something called Versatalis shut down today in part of the area. Oh, okay.
Versatile.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a prop. That was a prop. It wasn't a real bank.
Islam.
So with that being stated, if there be nothing further from this Congress for this particular congressional for this particular Congress meeting.
Islam, when do we plan on meeting again?
Thank you. Because we sometimes thank you for that. Congress, when do we plan on meeting again? There's a lot going on, and we're about to go into October, which is going to be just a beautiful month. Beautiful month. Also, did hopefully those who had the opportunity to do so did do the full moon fast. It was beautiful. And the time went by so quickly this time. And the full moon was so beautiful. It was a super moon. Absolutely beautiful. So for those who may not be aware, every month, the day before the full moon, the day of the full moon, and the day after the full moon, we do a 3-day fast. You fast however you're led to fast. This time we did a water only for the whole 3 days. Some do sun up to sundown fast. Some do fast from negative energy. Some do fast from speaking. They don't speak for 3 days because they will to just go within and meditate. However you're led to fast, some fast from sugar or caffeine or meat or food altogether, or they only do fruits and vegetables or, raw foods or whatever, however you're led to fast. So, the day before, the day of, and the day after, we do a 3-day fast. And here's the thing. We're not the only ones who do that. Around the world, the original indigenous nations do that. It's always been they have full moon ceremonies of some kind, or, if it's not fasting, it's a ceremony, or both, or, they have special things going on, sage burnings and things like that. So, because the energy from the full moon is so powerful for us. And again, that the energy comes from us, and it causes the full moon to do things, to do what it's supposed to do. Because the moon the moon nor sun would do what they do without our energy being here on the earth and the carbon that we emanate. So when they talk about carbon footprint and, carbon emissions, talking about us. Carbon emissions change if we, for those times in the past when we decided we were going to go to war and things like that. Carbon emissions around the world changed, and the weather changed, and everything changed when our carbon emissions got like that. And we won't call them emissions, we call them emanations, because it's emanating from us. So with that being stated, are there any other questions, comments? When Congress would you will to meet again? We're going to have to meet sometime soon regarding funding more money things that we have going on. We have some things coming up for that.
Islam,
Empress.
Okay, my choice is either next week or we stay within the 14-day as we've been doing, but no longer than that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling, I'm sensing in my spirit that that we probably will to at some point start meeting once a week.
Yes.
Islam,
Nobility.
I think this week, Thursday, or this weekend would be good. I yield.
Islam.
A week.
I affirm Sunday. Yeah.
Sunday. Islam.
That's the 29th. That's a good day. The 29th is a good day.
Islam, I think the Sunday, I guess that's the 29th, but I think Sunday too would be appropriate.
Yeah. I'm in agreement and affirmation of this coming Sunday, the 29th. It is. What about the rest of the Congress? How are you feeling? What are you sensing in your spirit?
Islam, we affirm.
Islam,
I affirm.
I affirm.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam, as long as you don't starve me too much, sis. Islam.
We're here. We are here, Nobility. Indeed. I think Sunday's, a good day, and it seems like that's a unanimous or a majority decision, affirmation. Okay, we'll meet this coming Sunday as well. Now, are we? Yeah, let's meet this Sunday, and then we'll still take it by ear. We'll see how we feel about how often we meet. I think it's important that we in our spirits feel good about coming together, and so far that's been the case. we did hit the ground running, and for a while there we were just meeting, and getting a lot done. We're sensing that we can pace ourselves. Islam Nobility. Islam Nobility. Uh-oh.
So I put a message. Yeah. Did you go over the noble gases in your definitions?
I did not go over noble gases. We've done that before previously. The most inert gases, inert being gases that don't react violently when coming in contact with other gases, are called noble gases.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did not go over that one. But but since you brought it up, Empress, I think that it's important that everyone do their homework on that, on the noble gases and why they're called noble, and know that those gases come from us, and that the characteristics and qualities of noble gases are contained within us. In other words, we don't have to overreact unless we choose to.
Mm-hmm.
So, noble gases are very calm gases, and they neutralize other gases. In other words, there's no gases stronger than noble gases. None stronger, because anything that a noble gas comes in contact with is gonna have a neutralizing effect. Whether it be, it doesn't matter how strong that gas is. If it comes in contact with a noble gas, it's going to neutralize it. So, and we have that effect on energies. We can neutralize all energies. As you can see, we neutralize war energy as well. We can neutralize all of that. Islam. Any other questions, comments, wisdom from this amazing and awesome and just intelligent and noble Congress? Stately, erudite, exalted. I like that word, exalted. Islam, Empress. Islam.
Empress.
Yes, Islam.
I'm Empress Neil Harmon. This is my first time in Congress.
Empress, let us welcome you. We are so glad you're here, and we thank you for your energy and your presence. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for all that you have done. I really, really have so much gratitude for you and for all of you all in Congress for the wisdom, all of the work that you all have done. I had a couple of questions, and I wanted to make sure I spoke, even though I'm a little bit nervous about it because I'm not on social media. I'm not into any of that, really. Yeah. But I have been demonstrating, and I recently did a demonstration with the bank. Of the subjects in the office.
Thank you.
Thank you. I sent the 6 documents to the subject doing business CEO, and they was the account. They said it was compromised, so I needed to get a new card. And this is a joint account I have with my daughter that is disabled. And so I had already sent ahead these documents to the subject doing business as CEO of the bank. And so when I went in to the bank, I physically went into the bank, and I didn't really do the court action, but I introduced myself as, Moorish American National. I'm Lanil Harmon L, and I'm here for this particular reason. And so subject there as the clerk asked for identification, and I only have my national identification. So I said, well, I don't have state ID. I don't have state driver's license. I have my national identification. So she did take the national identification. She said, oh, well, I really don't know where I can put this in our system. So she looked it over, and she went into the system and did everything that she did. The bottom line was I got everything taken care of that I went there for.
Islam.
And so the other question I had was, or the main question I had was about the liens. Are we just doing the template lien, or are we doing the lien, the template, and also the restated lien?
However your spirit leads you for whatever demonstration you're doing the lien for.
Okay.
However your
and then and then my last question or request was for the dolarium.
Islam. So if you will give Empress Angel Bay, who is here on the call, if you will inbox her your email address, she will send the dolarium to you.
Okay, I'm not sure how to inbox her.
Okay. Down in the lower right corner, there should be something that says to, and it'll say everyone. If you click on everyone and go down, you'll see Angel Bay there. If you'll just click on her holy name there, her holy appellation there, and just put your email address, she can forward the dolarium to you. There was someone else earlier who put something in the chat about willing to have dolarium as well.
I think that may have been me.
Oh, okay. I think, yeah. Okay. And thank you for that, and thank you for being here, Empress. Dolarium is going to be so important in the coming days, weeks, and months as you see everything changing. Again, when they say banks are closing, that doesn't have anything to do with us, because what the Empress just talked about right there, about they said that her account was compromised, so she sent some documentation in, and then she went in and gave her national ID. We set the foundation for that when we sent all 40 documents plus our ID plus our Moorish driver's license, because we have a Moorish driver's license that we issue. And Empress, you can make your own Moorish driver's license as well that you can use. Maybe we will do a class on that, but it's just a restatement of the driver's license that was previously issued fraudulently as a draft. But we have our own. I've used mine to travel from coast to coast and with no problems whatsoever. So, and then in banking, I use it if necessary, but I really just had to send a copy to the bank. I want to show you all something really quickly about banking. I will to show you a demonstration that I did with banking, because it's going to be important as we continue to restate the accounts, that you know that once you've restated your account, that does not mean that you won't be, that your knowledge of governing accounts won't be tested. It will be tested, but it's easy to pass those tests. So let me just show you really quickly a demonstration that I did regarding the bank account, because it's going to be, again, important. Some people think that when you declare your nationality that all the problems go away. No, rich people have rich people problems. And it's not problems, it's just a test. It's not a problem, it's a test. But let me show you something that a demonstration that I did regarding the bank account. Let me just pull up the demonstration that I did for that, because this has to be, let's see. So on the account, let me just pull up some of the things that I did. Okay. You know what, this will do. So Empress, the Empress L.
Yes.
You're going to be restating, and many Moors have done this, restating your account. The all accounts have to be restated. That's why we said what we said about bank closings. When they say banks are closing, they're not talking about our banking. We have a banking system, and our banking system is the restatement of any accounts from the previous era. Those have to be leaned, and then we restate the account using the same numbers, same sequence of numbers, rather, not the same numbers, but the same sequence of numbers. Islam.
We can't see the screen.
Okay, I'll put it up here. So I received, and it wasn't I, but there was a document that was sent by the system to the account. Let me put it that way. Okay. This document that was sent was saying that there was an unauthorized withdrawal, they call it an unauthorized something else. I can't remember exactly what they called it. Let me see if I can pull up the one that they sent, or that the system sent. Probably can't. It won't open, and that's okay. But what happened was, as the system was doing what systems do, which is recalibrating or resetting, a bunch of unauthorized charges, I can't even call them charges, it was unauthorized movement of money, happened with my account. Okay? To the tune of thousands by the time it was all said and done. And here, I'll just show you what that looks like, so that you will be aware and you will know not to panic when things happen, but it's just an invitation to demonstrate who you are. And also to know that the system belongs to you once you've restated your account. And this is the account that I used to demonstrate and do things, you know. So let me just show you. Hopefully you all can you see this on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you some things that happened. So there were a bunch of unauthorized transactions on the account, to the point where even there was an unauthorized fee taken out, $29 overdrawn fee, and all of that. All that stuff happened. Well, that was a test first to see if I knew how to command the system and tell the system what to do. And then also how to do the things that we do, because in our bank account, because we are the fiduciary for our account, we have the authority to name the money and the things that come in. So as you can see, we have Moorish Sovereign Dollarium gold in our account. We don't use fiat in our account. As the system was recalibrating, things began bouncing all over the place. Right here, there was a fee that came out. Then here there was an unauthorized something for $1,525 that came out. There was another unauthorized something for $200 that came out. There was another unauthorized something here for $115.99 that came out. All of this came out within just a few days, some of it on the same day. Now, remember, Morris, this is a legacy account. But that does not mean that as the system is recalibrating, that things like that the system won't solicit commands. That's the system asking, who's governing me? And so what I did was, with the first two or three, with the first one that came out, and I'm going to tell you the whole story because this is important. With the first unauthorized one that came out, this one for $200 on August 23rd, when this first came out, it surprised me. It caught me by surprise. And I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know what to do at the time because I thought, okay, this is a legacy account. That should not be happening. But I didn't freak out. I waited a few days because I said, I know the ancestors will tell me how to handle this in a way where I don't go back to trying to be a citizen to get stuff done, right? Because that's really what this is all about. So I waited a few days. I didn't freak out. I said, I know you'll tell me what to do. And sure enough, after a few days, the first thing I did was and then I went into the account and I called it. I went into this and I labeled it unauthorized because, you know, when you have a legacy account, you can edit that account according to your will. Okay? So if you have an account, if you had one previously in your sleep at Bank of America or someplace like that, when you properly restate that, then that account will do as you command it to do, but it doesn't mean you won't be tested on how to use it because you got to know how to use it before you start putting millions and millions in there. You have to know how to do it. And so this was a test of that. So the first time I sent an affidavit. I sent the affidavit and I waited a week and nothing happened. A week after the affidavit got there, nothing happened. So I said, okay, I'm going to go in and just see, because I knew I was being invited by the system that we created to demonstrate. So I went into the system and things got very simple. I went in and I used the system to do a dispute. But that was after I sent the affidavit and the fiduciary document stating that whatever I do in the system, I'm governing that system and I'm not capitulating. I sent that first. waited until it got there. Then I went into the system and I did the automatic dispute process. And as soon as I did that automatic dispute process, so like when a charge came in, down here at the bottom, it will say something about, do you wish to dispute this process, or is this a disputed charge, or something. It has a couple of words down there. And when you click on it, you can dispute it. It was only, again, after I sent the affidavit, again, that I felt comfortable enough to go in and use the system as it's supposed to be used. So when I clicked on it, it had a few things there about the, a few questions about, did you authorize this charge? And I said no. It asked a few questions, but then at the bottom, it has a place where you can put some notes on that. And you know what we put in the notes? This is an Article 3 court action. I am sovereign living justice. And then, and I didn't even say that. I said, I am the fiduciary for this account. So I used language that the system doesn't understand ancient, original, sovereign, whatever, who we really are. The system doesn't understand that. But the subjects in the office of the system understand that. So that's why you send that, so that whatever you do, you're not treated as a citizen or a debtor. Okay? So then I used the systemic dispute process, and I put something down there stating that I'm the fiduciary for this account. I gave the tracking number for the affidavit that I had sent when the first one came out, when that first unauthorized thing came out. I sent that, and I said, this dispute process is in accordance with that affidavit sent on this date, and here's the tracking number. As soon as I hit the send button, the money popped back into the account. Okay? As soon as I hit that button. And then when I saw that, I thought, okay, well, let me just use the system to do the rest of these. I used the system, and you can see when I did it on September 10th. I used the system to put everything back in there. And then when it said something about, and this is not a fee or a charge. This is, I want to call this this is going to be a reimbursement or something. I'm going to call it something other than a fee or charge, because we don't have fees and charges. Or either we fee and charge them. They don't fee and charge us, so it could stay that. But with a legacy account, you can change things and change the name of it and things like that, and among other things. Okay. And so as soon as I used the system, the gold started going back into the account like it's supposed to. And then I labeled it fraud protection. But then, Moors, hear me out when I say this. On this last one, the dispute process changed a little bit. So I said, okay, it didn't go back in right away. So I said, the system is beckoning me for something else, is asking for something else. So as I began to go through the process and see what the system was asking for, I noticed that the system had an attached document to it. In fact, let me see if I can show you that document. It had a document attached to it that they were saying, the system was saying, sign this electronically so that we can investigate your dispute process. Okay, here's the document. This is what I was going to show you. Because again, you must learn how to govern the money that is already yours. Okay. It had this document, it said, look, and let me go back and show you what this says because this is so important. It says here, this document may help us resolve your dispute. Well, they don't have the authority to resolve anything. They're not a court. I'm the court. We're the court. So I said, okay, I know I'm not going to sign that. I'm going to do a court action. It says, our review will continue even if you don't provide your electronic signature. Okay, I didn't give them permission, and if I don't give them permission, they can't do anything. So I opened the document and looked at it, and this is what the document was. It says a written statement of unauthorized debit or debt. Well, when you have a written statement of unauthorized debt and you see abbreviations and zip codes and someone claiming to be you, it says here, I state that I have examined. Well, I'm not stating anything on their form. That's their state, quote unquote. That's their enactment of a state. So I'm not going to use their form. Because look here, it's saying that this, whatever this gold amount that was moved originated with this payee who I don't know anything about. I don't know who this is. So I know that this is not true. I'm the originator for all, I'm the source for all funds that have to do with this account. And then they put some choices down here. Please select the reason that best fits your situation. They're saying it in a very casual tone, but this is a court action. They're saying I did not authorize the withdrawal. No signatures on the item are authentic or authorized, or the item has been altered. And they put this X here. Then it says, I revoke the authorization for the withdrawal. It gave several different things, none of which says anything about us and our authority. And here's the thing, Morris, this is another reason why we don't fill out their forms. If I would have filled this out and let this be the choice, not the system, but someone who is not honorable might have said, well, we're just going to put an X on all of these, okay, and then we'll just close the account. Well, I didn't authorize any of this. It says I authorized a different amount. And see, anytime you see the word or, you know that's not, because courts don't say you're going to jail or you're not going to go to jail. You go to jail, okay? So we don't leave the word or out there, because an or is also a shipping term. You use oars to row with. Well, all of our actions happen on the land. They're moored to the land. So we're definitely not going to use this form. And then it left some things about where to send the form. It says ATTN. I don't know what that means. I don't know what ATTN means. Some people think it means attention, but that might not be their definition of it. But this is the most important part of this form that I willed to show you as to why we don't fill out their forms. We do not fill out their forms because they will have you incriminating yourself. That means making yourself a criminal, because they can't do it. You have to do it. It says, I further state that the debit transaction was not originated with fraudulent intent by me or by any person acting in concert with me, and that the following signature is my own proper signature. Well, I'm not on trial. How did this go from an unauthorized transaction to me trying to defend myself. I'm not on trial here. I'm not a criminal, nor will I incriminate myself. Then they have you to sentence yourself with their form. Any intentional attempt to obtain money from a financial institution that doesn't even have any money until you give money, by misrepresenting whether a transaction was authorized, may result in the imposition of fines up to $1 million or imprisonment up to 30 years or both under, and we're not under anything, the provisions of federal law, and then they use an abbreviation or a substitution. Okay. This is why we don't use their forms. So what did I do? I took this form right here and I restated it. And here's the restatement. First, I spelled out United Services Automobile Association here under my logo, under our logo, and our logo has a red eye. Let me make that really, our logo has, our eagle has a red eye right there. So it's a national logo. I spelled everything out. There's no zip code here. And then I restated it. An unauthorized claimant is a court action. Being the trustor attorney with facts for all accounts, I, Pauline Ritchie Moore, state that I have examined the accounting ledger posted to the United Services Automobile Association Federal Savings Banking System website, because that's not a bank, it's a system. The ledger indicated that the following automatic clearinghouse withdrawal, because see, they say ACH, but we don't know what their ACH means. We know what automatic clearinghouse means, though. Withdrawal was charged to my account without authorization from me. I am the authority for the account, and this withdrawal is unauthorized, and not only is it unauthorized, but it's hereby reversed. I had to reverse it. And then I took away all of that other stuff down at the bottom, and I said this: the following statement is truth regarding the unauthorized withdrawal named in this case. So I listed it here, restated the numbers, gave everything the proper name, gave the amount. I have not engaged in any commerce with the unauthorized claimant. The withdrawal was not authorized by me. And that is my statement for truth. That is a truth statement. This autographed affidavit has been sent to, and it's been sent to a banking system website to, and I listed everything here. And then I said, this statement has been mailed to, and I listed where we sent it because we know the address is a court. And then this affidavit is authored by law to include, and then I listed some laws there. Title 12 for the United States Code, which is the banking code. Additionally, Title 18, United States Code 1030 is hereby applied to all previous unauthorized website account activity. All applicable universal commercial codes are hereby invoked and applied accordingly. So I had to apply the law to this so that everything would get back in order. And sure enough, once I sent it by mail, 6 days later, boom, everything went back in there, because you can see where it was on there on the 11th. I knew what to do, and I sent it out by mail. But I also, that same day that I saw this, I uploaded it to the account first, and then I mailed out an original that was stamped and sealed and signed by me. Okay? And as soon as I uploaded it to the account, maybe a few days later, once they got the original, the money went back in there. And then I did this transfer myself. I transferred some gold to a different place. So, Moors, we're being we're being tested. We were being tested on how to do proper banking, okay, and how to resolve issues with banking, because we're the bank for everyone else too. So we have to know how to fix these things. And you talk about successful demonstrations, because at one point this account was showing negative quite a bit. It's only showing something like 201 here, but when all of this stuff was taken out before, it was showing a negative 2,000 and something. But I didn't panic. All I did was start thinking and using both the system and my affidavits and my authority as fiduciary for this account to make everything right. So now I've shown competence, patience, and the ability to govern wealth, because our gold is our wealth, part of our wealth. Okay? So I didn't freak out when this happened, because I knew, okay, this is a test. Let me see what to do. I had to wait a few days. So that the answer would come and saturate. And the answer was coming from within me. I say come, but it was coming from within me. And it just saturated, and I knew what to do. And then I had to give myself permission to let our system do what our system is supposed to do, because we didn't trust systems before. We were saying don't do that, send affidavits. We see now that they work together. The system will do what it's supposed to do because it's a system, but we still have to be ourselves and send those affidavits, send the law, and fix the problem peacefully. I didn't have to pick up the phone and call anyone. Didn't have to do that. And let me tell you, when I first saw that thing, that was one of the things that came. Pick up the phone and call them and tell them you're the fiduciary. I said, you know what? That's a fear response. And I could have done that. I could have done a court action. I could have called them. But because I felt fear when I heard that, I said, I'm not doing a darn thing until I deal with this fear piece. And then I'm going to listen and let the answer come through my spirit. Because I could have reacted that way, but it would have been a reaction. It probably would have been a right one, but I don't do anything in fear. I'm not gonna react in fear. I've been afraid before and went ahead and demonstrated, but it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. Because ultimately that's what this is all about too. If I had gotten in fear and picked up the phone and no, we don't do it that way. We know we're the authority for this account. And for all accounts, we're the authority, all of us. We were going to do it the way that we willed to do it. And then everything started, the system did what systems are supposed to do. Put the gold back where you got it from. Islam. So Empress, keep that in mind as you continue to restate your account. Go ahead and get it restated. Send the 40 documents by mail and upload them by email to your account if you have that option, which all accounts have an email address within the system. So when you log on to your account, you can find the email or the document. It's a document thing where you can, put the document piece there and upload documents. So I uploaded the document and put things where it was. I will to show you this. Islam,
I just wanted to state the date that it happened on September 11th.
Of course.
That's a significant day. Yeah.
That's why that one, the system was like, we got to do something different because today is that day. And so we just said, okay, we got this. And we restated it and uploaded it immediately and then sent it. And sure enough, when the original was received, immediately the money went back in on the 16th. So.
And that equals 7.
It does. It does. It does. Islam, Empress.
Will there be teachings in the future on, like, I guess occasionally, on how to actually do this? Because this is really good, and I need to get there. And yeah, I'm just trying to kind of figure out how to restate my account. And I think you said it on one of the videos that there are certain banks that we use for the legacy account.
No, any, because you're the bank. It's a banking system. All banking systems honor their creator.
Okay.
All banking systems honor their creator.
So then
you create it with your document.
Oh, okay. So in restating it, then I'm the one that's calling it a legacy account, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You can, but let me just show you where that comes from.
Okay.
And this is how I knew that it was what it was, and it is what it is. Let me just see here. Let me go back and show you where that came from.
Can you open the meeting for a minute?
Yes, I can. Just a moment. Let me show you where the legacy piece came from. I think I'll go here first, and then go here. Let's see. Let me go back. Okay. Empress, if you'll look up here at the top, can you see the screen? You see what's on the screen here?
Yes.
The system calls it a legacy account. See there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's how we knew that we hit the target with what we were doing. The system calls it that. And we told the system to call it that.
Okay.
So in the system, that's going to be the difference between a common account and the nobility account. Is one will be legacy, and legacy is in all lowercase letters here. And then account has a capital A. That is how this account is identified by the system.
I think everything will come together for me once I get to that point. So I
Of course it will, Empress. The doors open as soon as you step foot to them.
Okay. Sounds good.
So
Islam.
For all Moors, do not worry about not knowing this or maybe feeling unsure about it or anything like that. Our first responsibility is to notify of who we are. The way that we restate accounts is first you have to send documentation stating that you're the nobility, which is name change and judicial proclamation, a lien on those first 6 documents that we always talk about, a lien on the all caps name and the social security number, that number that they were calling a social security number, which wasn't securing anybody, by the way. The fiduciary account, not account, but the fiduciary document. There's an echo coming from somewhere. Just a moment. Okay. Don't worry about, we're just showing you where you're going. Okay? Because without a vision, the people perish. So we're not perishing. We're growing in wealth and prosperity and all that, but we must know how to govern the prosperity. So notifying them with the 6 documents, and then I turned around and sent the 40 documents too, stating that we're the fiduciary, we're the sovereign fiduciaries. See, the 40-something documents is not necessarily for the system to know. It's for those that program the system, which we're really the ones programming the system. Okay? But the programmers of the system have to state who they really are first, and then we can use the system to do what it's supposed to do, which is assist in proper recording of everything. Okay?
Thank you so much for explaining that. I think for me, there's sometimes I'm in a hurry, and I have to calm myself down to say, you don't have to be in a hurry. Oh.
Listen, we did enough hurry in these last 7 years for everybody. And so anything that's coming, we see it coming. We all can see it coming. And we already know, we already have the tools, keys, we know what to do about it. And Empress, to simplify everything you see coming, just remember how to restate things. Restating is just putting it back into the proper authority, which is under your authority. Any forms that you see, restate them.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a simple way to govern your estate properly. Anything that we were given by the system or by foreigners was meant to be restated. It was never meant for us to use it in that form. That's why they call it a form, because it's not the real thing. So there's no need to worry or hurry, because it's going to be, you will know how to govern your estate. Continue listening to the spirit first, because the spirit is your spirit within you is your first authority, and this is for everyone. Your spirit within you is your first authority. One thing I'm noticing about even the subjects who are, assisting and doing the things that they're doing, is that our spirit will come upon them and give them some information. They just don't have the patience within them, and there's something, the divinity in them to operate the way that we operate. I'm watching them, and the same way that our spirit comes upon them, other things and ghosts and things come upon them too, and cause them to say and do things that they know they shouldn't say and do. But the intent is good, but they shouldn't be doing it, and they do it anyway. And then they have to go back and get back in subject status and do it the right way. That's what I'm seeing with the subjects. They'll go and contract anyway, and they'll talk some Moors into contracting anyway. And then when it doesn't work out right, like it's supposed to, then they have to go back and do it the right way. Everyone has to be in their proper status and everything. I'm watching it happen. I'm watching those things happen. Everyone.
Thanks for letting me pay some bills with your bank account, you dumb cunt. Thanks for letting me pay some bills, you dumb bitch. How do you?
And so those who are doing things like
how do you like me hacking your account, you fucking cunt? You deserve it, you dumb bitch. So fucking stupid to put your accounts online like that. You're a dumb cunt. You're so fucking stupid, Pauline. And all of your moronic followers. Put your fucking account numbers on the internet.
So let me say this about all of that. I'm not responding to him. I'm just saying about this.
And then you complain about it, you stupid fucking bitch. You so fucking stupid, Pauline. How goddamn...
Everything that we do is a teaching tool. Everything that we do is a teaching tool and a remembering tool, a sharing tool. Everything that we do. So we're not afraid of anything or anyone because we know we are God. We are the Lord's over all. And that we came here to do this work. So with that being stated, these processes, Moors, our ancestors are showing us that we are to continue being ourselves at all times and doing what we are commanded to do at all times. Okay, and we command ourselves. Yes, in the chat they say the hybrids are panicking. We're not even doing it for them to panic. Only the ones that are on their last breath about being out of order, they're the ones panicking. Everyone else is cool, calm, and collected, and they're at peace because the Lords know that they're the Lords, which is us. Who are us? So go ahead and get your accounts legacied up. In other words, make them a part of your estate. Create them in your estate, because that's really what you're doing. You're creating it anew. All the numbers are new numbers. They look like the same numbers, but they're new. Yes, Empress Rose says we're learning what they kept from us. They were under oath to keep it a secret so that we could actually wake up and listen to the Spirit and let the Spirit show us how to govern our vast estate and then share that information with each other. And that's how you do it. So we're so grateful. Empress Lanille, thank you for asking that question and for your bold comments and your bold demonstrations. Our ancestors know what they're doing through us. They're using these are the hands of the ancestors, each and every one of you. Look at your hands. Look in the mirror and look at your mouth, your nose, your eyes. You are the ancestors returned. And every knee bows and every tongue confesses when you stand and be yourself. I could have panicked and did a whole bunch of craziness, but I know my ancestors. And if it's one thing our ancestors are doing, it's enriching us and making us richer, wealthier, more prosperous. First, know the process of how to govern it. And when you build it, all of that will come. Islam, Empress.
Islam,
Empress Rose.
We had absolutely no problem converting every penny to fiat. It converted right over to fiat. Every single penny we got fiat aplenty out of. Thank you so.
I hear panic and fear. Don't be afraid. We're here. Islam. Empress Rose.
Yes. Katali wills to get in, and then also when you upload the DeLorean, do you do it by affidavit?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Empress. When what?
When you upload the DeLorean, when you deposit more sovereign DeLorean, do you do the transfer by affidavit or?
No, I just use the system to transfer.
Okay, and then just ledger it.
Yes, I just use the system. It's like you would any other transfer, any other bank transfer. You just use the system to, there's a transfer mechanism on each one of these. So let me go back to the home page and just, I meant to lock the meeting. Okay, so see, there's a transfer mechanism here. I just hit that and use the system to transfer to wherever I'm going to transfer to. And then when you transfer, Morris, there's a memo thing here. I always either use ancient English in the memo or I state that I'm the fiduciary for this account. Just a very simple statement, and just do the transfer. I'm constantly stating my authority over the account because it's just what I do. I would encourage you to do the same thing. Constantly state your authority over the account in the notes section, as you're moving along, because guess what? Jurisdiction can be invoked at any time, and the account is already in proper jurisdiction, but we just remind the system that we are who we are. And that's more for our benefit than it is for any other benefit. It's for our benefit to know who we really are.
Okay, and then it coming from
Islam Empress.
Oh, where is it coming from? Like a saving?
So these deposits. Okay, let me just show you. That's a great question. Thank you for that question.
You're welcome.
These deposits, in my sleep, this account was an account where because everyone knows I used to be in the Air Force in my sleep. And so I'm a veteran. So this is a veteran's ministry deposit that comes in. But I had to restate everything. I had to rename it and restate it. Because even with this, with the Veterans Ministry system.
Thanks for paying my bills, Pauline. Wait till my car payment comes through. Thanks for paying my bill.
Well, wait a minute. I thought everything was supposed to be. I thought they paid. They lie a lot. Okay. So when this, I had to put a lien on the actors that were acting as the VA. I had to put a lien on that, and then I did a levy and bond on my resources because I'm the creditor to this VA, this veterans check, this Veterans Ministry
all
check.
the transactions that prove you're full of shit, Pauline.
And so as I began to restate the account, I gave this the proper name. The banking system still is, it sends what it's supposed to send every month. It sends that. Then I sent a check that I created for $27,777.
And it got bounced, and it got rejected and reversed just like you're.
And when I sent the check, it went into the account. So it was accepted by the system. So I knew then that I could create my own checks. I knew that. So I passed that test. Then, so these deposits that are coming in were things that were restated, but they were earned when in my sleep. When I was asleep, they had different names. They were created by frauds, and it was all fraudulent. I had to nationalize my resources. Okay, I had to nationalize everything on both ends. I had to lien the bank, the ones that were acting as bank and the ones that were acting as VA. I had to lien both of those acting groups, and then levy and bond and restate. And we showed those processes for those who haven't seen our previous videos. We show you step by step how to do that, how to restate everything, and to simplify it for the new Moors coming in. Any contracts that you had previously, scan those contracts into your computer and then start editing them according to your status. That's how you restate everything. That's how you do it. And then, but first you must declare your nationality. That's the first step, or none of this happens. You don't get to govern your wealth because subjects and servants and slaves don't have wealth. The nobility has wealth. So you must state your proper status first. The majority of these processes, you would be doing these processes anyway if you were a bank president or the chief executive officer for a bank. You would be going in and naming things and moving things around and putting things in its proper place and sending affidavits and sending commands and telling the system what to do and so on and so forth as chief of a bank. Well, we are already the bank. We're already the chiefs for the banking system. So we just went through, and all the contracts, for example, with banking, an application that you would fill out to get a bank account, you can restate that. Restate it, put the numbers in there, those same sequence of numbers, except you've restated all of that because of the fiduciary document. Our fiduciary affidavit restates that. And then, and this was not an overnight process. This bank account here, the nationalization of it began 3 years ago for me. But for you all, it won't take that long. We didn't have anybody showing us step by step how to do it. That's why it took so long for us. But we're sharing that information with you so that your learning curve is up there, so you can do it quickly. It has to be done because they're telling you now that those other things that were acting as banks are shutting down. They're closing and going away. Okay? Our legacy accounts are legacy accounts. They're forever because we're forever. And when anything that's under your authority, they have to get through you to get to it, and they can't get through you because you know who you are. Personam jurisdiction is you're first and foremost of the ancient, original, indigenous bloodline and birthright. Then you're the state and you're the government. And on top of that, or in addition to that rather, you are the chief for the bank. You're the chief for all resources, banking included. Don't worry about a thing. Don't worry about rushing to do any of this. If you're still using fiat, don't worry about it, but just know that it's going. It won't be there. It won't be there. It has to go. So go ahead and prepare. That's really what we're stating to everyone is prepare yourselves. Prepare to be yourselves. Prepare to be the nobility. Prepare to be, because you already are, the wealthiest at earth, ever. Because see, after this comes higher authorities, where you can literally create a document and deposit it in your account. But you, again, this is a step-by-step. It's like a pyramid. You go up the pyramid by learning the processes at each level. Then, when you know those processes, access is granted to the next highest level, and then that level will happen. But know that, number one, there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to be afraid, because guess what? Everyone's really afraid of you. And we don't go for that. We don't will that everyone be afraid. Islam, nobility. It's not our goal to make people scared or persons scared, but it is our goal to govern our estate and the estate in a manner that is deserving of the nobility. Islam. And we all do that together. We all do that together. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this amazing and awesome Congress?
Islam.
Empress Cynthia, then Empress Aisha.
Forever grateful. Islam.
Islam. Thank you, Empress Cynthia. I appreciate you so much. Islam. Empress Aisha.
So is our banking system like if we have a bank with the corporations now, this system, is it different?
It's different because you don't have control over your account. You can't change the names of anything. You can't call something unauthorized in the because you're treated as a child in that system that has to have someone over you doing things for you, like your hands and things don't work and your mouth doesn't work and all of that.
So I have to create a completely different account. Come on.
No. The answer to that is no and yes. You create a completely different account the same way you declared your nationality. You didn't change your skin. You didn't change your heart. You didn't change you. You just changed the paperwork and what you know in your heart about you.
Okay.
Same thing with all of our resources.
All right.
Just change the paperwork, the literature, like our prophet said. Prophet Noble Drew Ali knew what he was talking about. He said, you must change the literature.
Okay.
It's just the writings, because in the previous era, the writings had us delegating ourselves. In other words, taking our own legs and arms away from us.
Okay.
And mouths, because we were delegating in the enactment, delegating authority to someone else to do all of these things like we're kids, like we're children. And we're not. So then when you state and we would encourage everyone to look at the 40-something documents so that you will know who you really are. Okay. Morris, look at those documents, study them, and then demonstrate them. In other words, put them on the public record for yourself. Your autograph, your holy right red thumbprint on the public record.
Okay, but when we put them on the public record, do we still have to send them to D.C.?
It is important to notify the subjects in the office of whatever you're demonstrating. I had to notify the subjects in the office of United Services Automobile Association. I had to let the subjects in the office of the banking system know that the Lord is here, that Yeshua, Nebi Isalah Bi-Salam has arrived.
Oh, okay.
That's the way they say Yeshua in the Muslim world over there. Our brothers and sisters over there, they call Yeshua Nebi Isalah Bi-Salam. So we had to let the subjects know that the Lord has returned. And that's what notifying is. For us, that's what notification is. The Lord, for all resources, has returned.
All right. So when we create that banking document, it won't be with the same bank that I'm with now.
It will be with that same banking system if you choose for it to be.
Okay.
All you're doing is nationalizing the account. That's all you do, is nationalizing the account so that you have control over it and no one else.
Okay.
There will be some, they'll throw a few tests in there, every now and then or whatever, but you'll know what to do because all you do is just state your word. State what you've authorized and what you have not. Because according to the Heliotech, which some call the Bible, we're the ones who have the authority to shut doors that no man can open and open doors that no man can shut.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is actually that's part of our godness. That's part of our lordship. Okay. So as we continue to be ourselves, we'll continue to share the information with you so that you will know what to expect. It's going to happen differently for different ones. Some will not have to do these types of tests. It just depends on your vision for your estate, whatever your vision is for your estate. Our vision is, we know we are the wealthiest in money and everything else. And so that's why these things are presented to us for us to govern and to state properly.
Okay.
Islam.
Thank you.
And all who will, same authorities, same everything. And the Spirit will lead you as you continue to demonstrate. The Spirit will lead you on how to do it. Islam.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll log off there really quickly. And are there any other questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam. I just wanted to say from my heart, I truly appreciate what you offer here. And I want to say that it moves me at the heart level. Tomorrow, I turn 75. And tomorrow, I am going to work on finishing my demonstration for the apartment in which I live.
Yes.
And I feel confident that you've not only given me the information that I need to go forward with, but you have also given me an image of who we truly are in this meeting today. And I want to say from my heart, thank you. It is truly love in action. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I yield.
Heart energy. It touches my heart, and I sometimes shed a little tear. My eyes get a little water in them. Thank you, Empress. We feel it. We appreciate you so much. We're doing what the ancestors have mandated for us and purposed for us to do. That's our job. That is what we do, and we love it. We absolutely love it. It can get a little, it's been scary in the past a little bit sometimes and all of that, but our ancestors, let me just say this, they never leave us, they never forsake us, and they never let us down, ever. They're always there. Always, always, always there. We have to know how to govern our resources. We have to know how to do that. And then we have to, when things work out a certain way, don't be ashamed or embarrassed. Get back at it. Take a break. Set yourself peacefully, blissfully, knowing that it's going to work out for your best. It's always going to work out for your prosperity, for your wealth, your luxury, your greatness. That's what all of this is. So we're just honored. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this great Congress?
Islam,
Nobility.
Khalil Islam, mix maker.
Islam.
I just want to tell you that I truly value your wisdom 100%. And I must also tell you that I really appreciate you for the fact that you're very patient. I've never heard you yell at anyone. I've never heard you have insulted anyone. None of the above. You have a love for everyone. I appreciate and I respect you for that.
Thank you, Nobility. And that is mutual. I mutually respect and appreciate and love you. You know that. And that goes for all the Moors. And let me just say this about insulting the nobility and all of that. Judgment will not be coming on me for that. I am not trying to do that. And just know, Moors, you don't ever have to fight and go back and forth with people about who you are. Let the ancestral energies handle that.
Indeed.
Because nobody can knock down a set of bowling pins like they can. And that's what persons look like when they have stepped out of line and start talking crazy. You look back and it looked like somebody bowled a strike.
Yes, indeed, it's true. Intelligence explains that.
Our ancestors are very sensitive about us. They do not play when it comes to us. They don't allow no foolishness when it comes to us. After we stand, and again, we must stand. But when we stand, whew, they say, okay, it's our turn. She stood. She did her part. It's our turn. Islam, Empress.
Islam, Empress Light. I can just camelback on what the nobility and the Empress said a little bit ago about the appreciation for all that you have done and that you're constantly doing. I've just never seen it with any other Moors that I have come in contact with. So I really, really, really appreciate you as well.
Islam, Empress, thank you so much. And I appreciate you as well. I'm just so glad you're here. And I noticed that obviously you've been watching and paying attention because your language is already competent. You're not, you know exactly what you're talking about already. You're not like calling fakes government and all of that stuff. You're studying.
Yes, I have been watching, listening, studying, and it's just refreshing to be able to be myself, because once you have waken up to the fact of who you can't be anybody else. It's nothing about you.
It's impossible.
So it's just refreshing to be able to be me.
Yes. Empress, that's interesting that you say that. It's so true, because even as things present itself, like when the first, and I'll share this moment of vulnerability that I had, that I experienced rather, when the first thing was taken from the first gold, the $200 in gold was taken the first time, I took a deep breath and I said, ancestors, listen, I've done everything that you all said for me to do regarding this account. So now what is this? Because I was like, they said, just be at peace. You already have the tools. You just have to use them. We don't even have to give you anything else. You just got to use what you have. So I waited a few days, took a deep breath. I didn't look at the account for a few days. I just let it sit there. And spells were trying to be cast of, if you don't fix that in 3 days, this is going to happen. If you don't fix that in 4 days, if you don't give them a command, if you don't pick up the phone. I said, until all of that stuff is quiet, I ain't doing nothing. I'm going to tune into my ancestral spirits within me, and I'm just going to, I'm going to go about my business, continuing to demonstrate, continuing to do things. And after a while, when the answer actually came to me from within me, I said, okay, I'm not going to do nothing. I'm going to do something. I'm going to rebut it. And then I sent the first affidavit for that first thing. And then, Moors, to show you how this works sometimes, not all the time, more of the things start coming out. So it made it look like, oh my goodness, someone's robbing everything out of there. They're taking all the gold. The ancestors were like, Light, if you don't use the tools we gave you, we're going to be mad. And I don't like when they get mad. So I just said, okay, let me look at the tools that I have and then use them. And they said, okay, the system is now a tool because you've properly stated it. So use that too. And I did. And for the majority of those things, for all the ones in the middle, the first one was different and the last one was different. But the ones in the middle, all I had to do was use the system, and that thing was going right, the gold was going right back in immediately. As soon as I hit the button, it was going back in. Except that last one, and I said, oh, I waited a few days, I looked at it, I said, I know I'm not sending that form, so I might as well just prepare my mind to restate the form. And I know that you all go through those roller coasters when you're doing your testing. Whenever you feel fear or anything, or you feel like you want to jump and do something really quickly because, back up, get at peace first, and then proceed peacefully. No matter how many days it takes for you to back up from it. There have been times in the past where I waited 30 days before I did something when I saw something pop up, because if I didn't know what to do, or if it made me angry or something like that, or it had me frustrated and tired of demonstrating, I step back and don't do anything about it until I'm ready, because I know that my strength will be renewed to do it over time. That's usually when your body is telling you to take a break and drink more water, maybe do a fast, or maybe do a feast. Because, sometimes instead of fasting, we feast. That's in the ancient records. We did that often. Many times a year we feasted for 3 days straight, So it just depends on how my spirit leads me, and then I demonstrate it. That's how this works. Is the one thing we don't have in us is a quit, or a going back to being a subject or a citizen or a child. Because see, in the previous era, they had us saying we were a child of the king. Well, wait a minute. That means you can't do anything for yourself. So sit down, shut up, be quiet, and we'll just do what we do. That's what that meant in the previous era. And we had to confess it, or else it wouldn't have manifested. So they had us singing in songs and all of that. And now we know better. So with that being stated, we will adjourn and meet again this coming Sunday. So a week from today, not a week from today, but a strong from today. We will meet again at the same time on the same platform. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. And the Empress that wills to meet, if you will to stay on, you can stay on, and we'll wait until everyone has exited. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam. Right.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Thank you.
Gratitude, Islam,
Islam.
Infinite gratitude.
Islam, heirs. Peace.
Islam, nobility. Islam.
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 Islam justice. Islam justice, Tony.